Hello and welcome to one of the coolest hangout spots in San Francisco. This is Pier 39. It's the place to be for the best seafood, great marina views, events, concerts, and sea lions. One fine day in the early 1990s, to the city's amazement, the California Sea Lions just decided to call the docks of Pier 39 their home. And while the cutest residents of the city are napping in the sun, it's back in Shack 15 that the Lions of the chessboard are ready for some intense action. Jan-Krzysztof and Magnus Carlsen lead with their dominating play. Who can stop them? Welcome to day 4 of the Meltwater Champions Chess Top Final.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prague style. He's going to win the tournament. He's going to show the checkmate to us.
Wow.
He's taken it.
He's done it.
Magnus really looking happy with himself.
It's going to be checkmate.
Magnus shaking his head.
Oh, look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second. Make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
This is a Duda move, isn't it? Direct.
Wow, he's going straight for the kill.
He is out to win this tournament.
This is so difficult.
Whoa! Oh!
No way.
Whoa! What is Anishgiri doing here?
Oh!
He's just given up his knight for a pawn. Is this, I mean, either this is genius or it's a mouse slip.
Wait. This move is breaking the rules.
Magnus Carlsen is furious. What is happening? It's a new day in San Francisco, and what a day of chess it will be. 4 players competing inside the ferry building, and they are all up against each other. Prague and So will face each other here inside Shack 15, and so will Giri and Carlsen Anish, with the tough task of stopping Magnus Carlsen's winning streak. And to guide you through day 4 in the tour finals, in the studio here in Oslo, International Master Jovanka Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. And the action will be happening in San Francisco today, David. Is this the matches you don't want to lose, facing your opponent?
Yeah, exactly. There's always pride involved with chess, especially these top-level players. There's ego attached to your results, your rating, and especially one of the clashes today between Magnus Carlsen and Anishgiri. There's going to be a lot at stake there. Not just the tournament standings, but pride and honor.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen, he's not the only unbeaten player so far. So is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. These 2 players on top of the table. Is it now up to the other players to stop these 2 to create some sort of action in the end of the tour finals?
Because they're quite significantly ahead.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to stop these 2 players, then they have to start just biting away at their lead. But I have to say, both Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda are unbeaten and also in top form. You know, brilliancies are just coming out of them.
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of brilliancy yesterday, and it actually was a short day. 4 players completely dominating their matches.
under 1 minute as well for Mamedyarov.
Holy cow.
He's 10.5 minutes down on the clock. It's going to be so hard for Mamedyarov with 1 minute left to find any defensive resources or to even seize an opportunity, even if Magnus gives him one. How do you calculate your way out of trouble with only 1 minute left?
It's over.
Wow, Shaq just resigns? Okay, it was losing, but that feels premature. An early resignation from Shaq with White's rook about to get active.
Now is the time for the white queen to get greedy and grab a pawn and check on the board.
Oh.
King goes to the corner, but there's queen takes pawn.
Yeah, Black's queen can just take White's pawn on the h3 square. Magnus can win a pawn for free. He doesn't spot it. He could have repeated the position and won a pawn in the process. Mutual blindness there. It's still winning for Black. It's still good for Black because he has 2+ pawns on the queen side. Do we see another early resignation? And we do. Mamedyarov throws in the towel for the second time today. Wow, Mamedyarov. I was about to praise Magnus for being universal, but Mamedyarov pushing Gary the G-pawn forward 2 squares. You never see this in a serious game from top players. Now we will see an open Sicilian, but what is Black's pawn doing on G5? It's so weak, you could even take it now. Jovanka,
This is chess humor.
It's just a desperation from Shaq, you know.
I guess his idea, if the white pawn steps forward to attack the queen, which it has just done, is to give up his knight. But you're going to be a whole piece down, and we see the black queen trapped. It's captured. The white queen is captured, but at the end, Magnus just wins a knight for free.
And Shaq has decided he's had enough of that.
Wow, that was a quick game, a quick day. 3 games, Magnus wins them all. Complete domination from the world #1, winning 3 games to take all 3 points against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Wesley So finally winning a match. He took all 3 points against Arjun Erigaisi, and so did Jan-Krzysztof Duda, winning against Anish Giri. Pragnananda, 3 points for him against Liam Le. But Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they're really playing some impressive chess in this tournament, both on 9 points here.
Yeah, that's right. We saw lots of one-sided battles yesterday. Actually, all of the matches were quite one-sided, but these 2 were by far the most impressive. Magnus, he keeps stepping up his game day on day, and Duda, he's not just winning, but he's winning in style, and that shows that you are at your peak, at your best form.
Yeah. They are unbeaten, and they have won all their matches, both Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, on 9 points. The next players on the standings, Anish Giri and Prag and Liam Le, they are 5 points behind. This is day 4, David. Is it already decided?
Possibly. It does look like a 2-horse race at the moment, with these 2 just miles ahead of the rest. But it is quite a long tournament. We're not quite at our halfway stage yet. We will be after today, and it does depend. If these 2 can win their matches today, I think we'll see a race to the finishing line.
Yeah. And these 2 will face each other on the very last day of the tour finals. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is creating magic in this tournament, and that is exactly what he did in the final game against Anish Giri yesterday. He just finished the game laughing, smiling. He was so happy with himself, David, and you have to show us why.
Yeah, I've never seen a player so proud of themselves, so happy with themselves for a chess combination. And it started in this position. Duda has white against Anish Giri, and he has lots of strong moves. But here he found a forced checkmate in 11. He'd calculated a series of checks. It starts with this one, giving up a rook for free. That's spectacular in itself. Next move, you give a check. The black king can't really find safety. It has to try marching forward, but Duda had spotted another check, followed by this blow. Another check, giving up the white queen. This is the key. If the queen is captured, it has to be, then after rook takes, the king has simply nowhere to run. If you take the knight, you're trapped within enemy lines by a pawn, and instead we saw Giri return 1 square, and this is the deadly check. Now it's the bishop that hits the king from afar, and here Giri resigned, but that's because Duda had spotted another check, and here the king would have been trapped in the corner of the board. Just spectacular play from Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
One of his best games in his career, Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Definitely. At least probably the most beautiful finish to any game he's ever played.
Wow. It's someone that has to stop Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a look at the matchups for day 4 in the tour finals. Liam Le with that tough task today. He is up against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. On fire, the 24-year-old from Poland. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he lost yesterday. Today up against the player on 0 points, Arjun Erigaisi. will be hungry to start winning. Pragnananda playing in San Francisco against Wesley So, also in San Francisco. And same situation, Anish Giri will be the man with the task to stop Magnus Carlsen today, both sitting in San Francisco. So what is it about for Anish? What can he do to stop Magnus Carlsen's winning streak?
I think he just needs to be aggressive from move one. That's the only tiny weakness in Magnus's game, when his opponents go straight for him. Occasionally he cracks. But the problem is, it's not Giri's natural style. It's not his comfort zone. Giri prefers a slower pace of game, which falls right into what Magnus is strong in. So it's going to be difficult for Giri. He needs to be at his best. He needs to maybe hope for a blunder or two from the world champion.
Yeah. As you all know, it's been a dramatic few months for chess, and especially for Magnus Carlsen after he resigned a game against Hans Niemann. He is now living with a $100 million lawsuit from the American.
Today, you start out with a masterpiece. How would you summarize it?
Chess speaks for itself.
The game started.
Magnus has resigned.
Magnus has resigned the game against Hans Niemann.
Yes.
Magnus, what was the reason you withdrew from that game?
People can draw their own conclusion, and they certainly have.
I'm not sure I should speak too much about the lawsuits. So there will come a time to talk about all these things, but I don't think it's now.
Oh, I've lost it? Yeah, it's just shocking, huh? Yeah, I started laughing when I read that entire thing, the paper. I mean, it just looks silly.
Were you surprised to see the lawsuit, or was
No.
it no?
No, not surprised. At that point also there were many talks about that. I think anti-cheating is a very important topic, and it should be addressed. But I think we can address it without any public influence.
Everyone is talking about this, and most chess player has an opinion about this lawsuit and the cheating allegations as well. Magnus Carlsen is now in the US playing a tournament. He's playing fantastic chess. With all of this going on, the whole world talking about it, media is talking about it, are you impressed that Magnus is able to focus? Because it really looks like he is able to focus on the chess.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's, as you say, it must be very difficult for him to concentrate with this hanging over his head, because bear in mind, you know, he's in America, he could get, I think subpoenaed is the word, I'm not quite sure, issued with some papers. I mean, that he must be thinking about that all the time, but at the same time, you know, chess is his solace. Chess is his form of meditation, it's his happy place, and it doesn't seem to have affected his play. At the beginning, it was maybe slightly shaky at some points, but now it just seems to be very, very strong. So what can I say? Magnus just seems to be superhuman, both on and off the board.
Yeah. I mean, we did see him in the Fischer Random World Championship make definitely more blunders than we're used to. He has made a few blunders in this tournament as well, but not losing. But do you think this is a factor in Magnus's play?
Possibly, although throughout the year he has made occasional mistakes, even before this whole drama, before this whole controversy. The one thing I will say is in 2019, maybe the best year of Magnus's career, there was some drama there as well with the Norwegian Chess Federation, with some betting companies, and that's when he played his best chess. It helped him focus, actually, if anything. He was able to block everything out and focus on the board, and he seems to be doing that this tournament, despite one or two small slips here and there.
Yeah. One player that has spoken out in support of Magnus Carlsen is Wesley So, and Wesley is one of those four players. In San Francisco today, he will play Pragnananda on site in San Francisco. Let's hear from the American.
Wesley, you're playing against Prague today. What can we expect from today's matchup?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, I'm not sure what Prague is thinking or what he said, but I think it's going to be an exciting matchup. Probably the most important things in the match are the openings. Whoever gets good position up the opening is going to win this match for sure. And also time management, because Prague's very tricky. I mean, he's been playing several different openings here with both colors. If I get the positions I'm comfortable in, if I don't get the game to opening against Lek Wang Liam, the Nimso, when I was almost lost with white after 10 moves, then I should be okay. It's going to be interesting. I mean, Prague did very well in Miami. Here it doesn't seem he's in as great form, but he's still very strong. He's very good in this format. And I'm very excited because I haven't really played Prague that much. I think I only played him 1 over the board or 2 over the board Blitz games on India. And I played in the Olympiad, of course, where he played incredibly strong. And I just, want to say a big shout out and congratulations to the young Indian team for their bronze medal, which could have been higher. But anyway, I'm very excited for today. I mean, I won my first match yesterday against Arjun, and hopefully today will be the same.
Well, Wesley, we look forward to a big fight. All the best. Thank you. Thanks, Wesley.
Big matchups in San Francisco today, but we are not forgetting about the 4 players sitting in their homes around the world. Liam Le in St. Louis, also in the US. Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing from Poland. It's quite late for him, but later for Mamedyarov and Arjun Erigaisi. Middle of the night for him, starting the first game in India. But 4 players inside Shack 15. We're going to follow game 1 between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. And Magnus was, well, on fire with both white and black yesterday. But is it with the white pieces today? Anish Giri will have to make those wins.
Yep, traditionally that's where he's got his best results throughout his career. Anish Giri with white, that's where he's strongest in the opening, and we do see their head-to-head on the tour. It is quite one-sided in Magnus's favour, 5 wins to 1. That does mean Giri needs to try something new. There's too many draws in that statistic. Giri needs to take more risks. We've seen him build up good positions against Magnus in the past and not finish them, so it's a killer instinct that is required.
And even if he lost yesterday, Giri, it has felt so far in this tournament, there has been a little bit more of that killer instinct on Giri.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I've been very impressed by Anish's play. He's been very aggressive when he needs to be, and it seems to be like he's come like a man renewed.
Yeah.
He's lots of fresh energy. I mean, yesterday was very unfortunate for him, but because he was crushed, I think he won't take it to heart. And poor Giri, though, he does seem to be the victim of a lot of masterpieces.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But they are ready. Inside Shack 15 in San Francisco, facing each other today, literally, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. And it is Anish Giri starting off with the white pieces. We know that's going to be important for him. And here we go.
And Anish Giri recently released a chessable course on 1e4, and he's played 1e4, and that is met by the French defense from Magnus Carlsen, another area that Anish Giri is a specialist, another area that he released a chessable course. So this is interesting for Magnus. We very rarely see the world #1 choose the French defense. It's maybe 1 in 10 that he chooses this opening. And we see what we call the classical variation. White's gained a lot of space in the center by pushing pawns forward. Black has been kicked back slightly. Black is passive, but solid. And this pawn push does hint that Black is going to actually expand, throw pawns forward on the left side of the board. And wow, I've got to say, this shows that Magnus Carlsen is out for blood. He's out for the win, even with Black. He doesn't want to play it solid, because this is far from a solid choice, Jovanka.
It definitely is not a solid choice. I mean, I think Magnus was relying on the ghost of the FTX Crypto Cup, because there I can remember Magnus did in fact play the French defense, and he beat Anish with the black pieces. But Anish has kind of said, well, I'm actually going to play something completely different there. I played the advanced variation here. We're going to go for a lot more classically. But Magnus, well, he's made his intentions very clear by advancing that A pawn 1 square forward. He wants to take as much space as possible on the left side of the board. And I'm expecting a pawn to go forward. Yep, it's there. And now we're going to see a very crazy position where it becomes a race. Yeah, White's king is going to see whether it comes under fire on the left side. Meanwhile, White will be trying to blast the position through on the right side of the board.
Yeah, and Giri takes a timeout just to stop and just to try and at least deter the advance of Black's pawns on that left flank. You notice how Giri just looked away for a few seconds and then he looked back at the screen and made a move. That's because he's just recalling maybe what he suggested in that chessable course or what he's studied before. And we also saw Magnus just a few moments ago staring straight down at the camera at the computer screen because he's also trying to remember what he's prepared. I don't think either of the two players will have studied this morning. If anyone, it would have been Magnus, but there's no chance that Giri predicted this opening. And this queen move, I've got to admit, I'm not the biggest French defense expert in the world, but I've never seen this queen move before. It must be quite rare. Usually black's queen parks itself on a safer square. The queen here has some ideas. I mean, it's pinning white's pawn on the A file. It's maybe looking down at the white king along the diagonal, but black's queen is a bit vulnerable as well on this square. So this feels like it will cause Giri to stop. It will be a small surprise. Jovanka, do you know if there are any games or any Grandmaster games in this position?
Many Grandmaster games here, actually, and I was just checking the computer assessment, actually top choice of the computer to come out with the queen like that. I mean, some very strange moves have been played. The most popular one is actually pawn takes pawn, but I have to highlight one weird and wonderful move that has been tried out before, and that is actually white lifting the rook one square forward to the A2 square.
What is that?
Yeah, I know.
I guess the whole idea is that now the white knight defends the rook. So, for example, if black's pawn pushes forward, the pawn can safely be captured. Black's queen cannot snack on the rook now because it is defended. And in the game, Giri, of course, he wasn't going to play a weird move such as this one. It's not Giri's style. He's a very classical player. He moved his bishop. But now Magnus does have the opportunity to push this pawn because now it is poisoned. You cannot take, and because the rook is undefended in the corner. So that's a very sophisticated concept, moving the rook to a defended square, but I don't think Giri would have wasted any time pondering this. If Magnus does push this pawn forward now, then you can't take it, of course, but you can simply step back with the knight. This knight is threatened, so you can step back, for example, to this square, or maybe even the square it came from. You can retreat to 3 safe squares, take your pick, and the tension kind of continues. You maintain your pawn center as white. Yes, there might be trades at some point. There might be a capture in the center, but you do hold a strong point. For example, if there are a bunch of trades, as long as you hold an outpost here and hold the space advantage with these 2 pawns, then white is very, very comfortable. Magnus, meanwhile, in the current position, will be trying to break down this pawn chain. And normally in the French defense, it's all about whether white can maintain the center. If you can, you have the advantage. If you can't, then yeah, the opposition tends to crumble. And yeah, Giri as well, with his last move, moving his bishop out the way, he's saying, okay, I'm too scared, I'm too worried about castling into the firing line on this side, so I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to run away from the side that black has just chosen for his queen.
Such a tense position, a very exciting opening because both sides really going for it, and it's just a question of who is going to be more successful with their space grabs. And here we have the knight, just as David predicted, the knight will retreat. It has. And
isn't that pawn very far up the board now?
It is, and it might be joined by a fellow as well, because I've seen some games in the database have continued with black actually pushing the c-pawn 1 square further as well. You know, black is really adopting the maximalist approach, saying, I don't care what you do on the right, but the left side, that's mine.
Yeah, and normally we talk about pawn chains. It's always the kind of direction your central pawns are pointing. That's the side of the board you should play on. So white's furthest advanced pawns are these 2 in the center. We look at the central pawns first. And that means you should actually play on the right side of the board. Later on, if black's king castles here, white will attack this side. And likewise for black, the central pawns here, they're pointing towards the left, towards the queen side. So actually, with this nice pawn chain that you created, it's actually connect 4 right now. That does show that black should be playing on the queen side in this direction. So that would be really interesting. It's not really Magnus's style to block things like this. He likes to keep flexibility. He likes to kind of chip away at the opponent's space, especially in the middle of the board. Yep. But this does look very tempting.
Yep, it's one of many alternatives. Another alternative, as you mentioned, maybe more in keeping with Magnus's style, is actually to, again, prepare for space grabbing on the left and actually to move the rook from the A8 square to B8, plant it on an open line and get ready to initiate some trades.
Yep. Later on, the rook might well have targets on this soon-to-be open file. So yeah, really fascinating position. Already it looks like both sides are out of book, as we say, freestyling. He does go for that option you mentioned there, Jovanka, improving the black rook. And we're definitely going to see action in this game. Anish Giri runs away with the white king, very safe, very sensible. And it is Magnus maybe with the more difficult decisions to make at this early stage. White's moves are very natural, just developing. Next, maybe trying to reroute this knight, bring it off the back rank. But yeah, we will see a lot of entertainment, I think, here. And I just love this approach from Magnus. It means he's kind of showing to Giri he's not afraid to fight. It just depends whether Giri can embrace that and not be afraid of that hand-to-hand combat that we will see shortly.
I like this one. I find it very interesting as well because I saw a comment from former world champion Vichy Anand, who said that most people, when they play Magnus Carlsen, they just can't handle the pressure, they can't handle the emotional tension, and they just try to simplify things, they try to agree a draw as quickly as possible. And we've kind of seen a little bit of the same from Anish. You know, we've seen him perhaps agree draws in positions where he should have pushed harder. And the big trend that I've noticed in their match encounters is that Anish normally starts off well. He applies a lot of pressure to Magnus's position, and then it's always in the last 2 games where there's almost like a complete collapse. So
yeah, you're right, Jovanka. I remember at least, I think, 2 or 3 separate occasions in matches where Anish, he's had dominant positions. He's from a position of strength, he's just forced a draw or taken the kind of the safe way out rather than really kind of knuckling down, putting the foot on the accelerator and going for Magnus. So yeah, he's got to change that today. We have seen a switch in strategy from Anish Giri, especially in the first 2 days of this tournament, and that kind of paid off. He won 2 really tense tiebreaks because he was aggressive, because he was really kind of uncompromising with his play, and that's what I want to see today from him.
Yeah. And whilst the players are deep in thought, well, it's going to be an exciting day of chess. I can feel it in my bones, and we love it when you at home also join in on the excitement and all the action. And for today's quiz, we are asking you at home to share with us your best chess picture. So it can be a selfie of yourself playing chess. It can be a cool chess picture that you've seen. We don't know. You guys at home are always like creative, and you impress us with the ingenuity. So as always, you can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will feature your pictures on the show.
Yeah. In honor of the Twitter king and selfie king, Anish Giri, maybe.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this. Maybe we can get Anish to take a selfie as well. He is sharing a lot of them on Twitter. And actually, speaking of that, the start of the year was super dramatic for Anish, with his Twitter account being hacked and just some awful messages going around. The story kind of just ended. Do we know anything more about that? Was because he did file a police report to try to find out who did it.
Yeah, it's still a mystery. It's one of the great unsolved mysteries of the chess world. And yeah, I mean, for both of these two, it's been a dramatic, emotional year.
It really has.
The turmoil that caused with Anish Giri, I know he was quite down for a while. It distracted from his chess. His results dipped a bit after that whole incident. And yeah, Magnus, of course, now he's still in the thick of that drama. Yeah. So yeah, for these two, it must be refreshing for them just to focus on the chess, just to kind of brush everything else away. But yeah, what a year it's been.
What
2022,
a year, yeah.
Non-stop drama.
Yeah, it does feel like chess has been in and out of the news. And I have to say, a lot of it is Magnus, actually, because, of course, he made the news when he decided he didn't want to play the World Championship anymore. You know, he was going to abdicate. And that, of course, made the news. And then, of course, the cheating scandal has also rocked the headlines, and it's really kind of caught the imagination of the mainstream press.
Yeah.
I mean, David was just telling me that it even made the "Have I Got News for You" segment, which is a very popular quiz show in the UK. And I think it was also on Trevor Noah. You know, the whole world has kind of chimed in on it and had an opinion.
Yeah, chess is far from boring. That's the one thing that the world has learned this last year. Yeah, chess somehow attracts all this controversy, and for good and bad reasons. But OK, meanwhile, Magnus, he's taken a controversial decision, a very committal decision at least. He has blocked the centre, so he's gained a huge amount of space now on the left flank, but the action might not be happening there. So this is the big question. Can Anish Giri switch his attentions to attacking maybe the black king, for example, to giving the white pieces some energy? It is very, very blocked. But white is ahead in development, white has castled, white's queen, white's minor pieces, they're all well placed. So it does somehow ring alarm bells in my head, this pawn block from Magnus. It's not 100% clear what his next 2 or 3 moves will be. Meanwhile, Giri does have a little bit of time to try and blow things open. And Jovanka, what would you be thinking of first here? Instinctively, what ideas come to mind for white?
Instinctively, because a lot of the tension has just resolved after that pawn advance. I would be looking at sealing up the left side of the board, maybe pushing up the A pawn. And the reason I would touch that pawn and commit that side first is because then I can just focus all my efforts on the right side of the board. And that's just basically, as David is highlighting, blasting through, just open up a line so that the rook can infiltrate, the minor pieces can get in, and that will be very deadly.
Yeah. As soon as you block it up, you can focus purely on the black king, trying to open lines towards it. I think you do need to take a time out, as you say, Jovanka. There are maybe a few ways to block it up, but if you maybe relax one move too early, if you just improve your knight, which Anish wants to do, then maybe Magnus does have a small threat of pawn takes pawn. And the whole idea is now there is tension between the queens. If the queens disappear, say white recaptures the pawn, an endgame might actually favour black because black now has an open file. This is a very weak pawn targeted by black's dark square bishop at some point. Here, white's central space advantage is far less relevant with queens off the board. But yeah, I like this move you suggested. If you can just block it, not allow open lines, then suddenly, what is the black queen doing? Very unclear. What is the black rook doing? It's not on an open file. Black's pieces, if you look at them, they actually lack active squares. They're very cramped, especially black's knights. And meanwhile, it's easier for white to improve. And we highlighted this f5 break, pushing the pawn forward. That's purely to open lines up for the white rook. That's also because the black king sits uncomfortably in the center. And no matter where it goes, it's going to be a clear target. Even if black, for example, gets time to move his bishop and castle to the king side. How many defenders are around this king? Not many at all. And we've seen far too many examples on the tour this season of lonely kings with queens on the other side of the board, far away from the defense. They do tend to get checkmated, these types of kings. So I would be worried for Magnus Carlsen here. Giri does need to take, I think, an ambitious decision like this one. The one thing he shouldn't allow is a queen trade, as we showed. I think that would be against the spirit of the position. That would play into Magnus's strengths. And he does block it up. That is a great move from Anish Giri. At least the spirit of it is very, very promising. And now Magnus has to justify his earlier play. Yes, black's pawns look impressive, but what next? You can't really push them forward effectively right now. For example, even if you push forward, try to force this queen exchange again, white will just say, no, I will just lock it up. And black can do what he wants on this left side now. He's got a great pawn formation here, but the rest of his position, the other half of the board, that definitely favours white. So yeah, I'm loving this decision by Anish. Time advantage too?
Yep, me too. This is the kind of position that when I was younger, I used to dream about. I used to play these positions and I used to enjoy them so much because the plans are so straightforward. And it's just really about pushing pawns. And even if you have to sacrifice material, just do it. Yep. You know, you do absolutely anything in that quest to open up a line. And Magnus developing his dark square bishop, very good. But yeah, he still the storm is coming.
Yeah, the storm is coming. He won't feel comfortable even if his king gets to safety by castling. I'm expecting Anish to build up for this f5 push over the next few turns. Looking very promising for white here. The computer does tend to be biased in situations with this pawn structure especially. The d4, e5, as we say, against black's pawns here, because white has a space advantage. So computers tend to be biased towards the side whose pawns are further advanced. But I tend to agree with the computer here. It must be very, very pleasant for white. Anish needs to seize this opportunity now. He needs to generate some momentum. Magnus, yeah, he's taking huge risks actually in this first game.
It's going to be a cool match between these two. I have a feeling this is only game 1 out of 4 rapid games between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri in their match today. If they are tied, they will play Blitz and potentially Armageddon tiebreaks to decide the match.
And I have to say, I'm loving what Anish is doing. Such a classy move, you know, just retreating this queen 1 square and just, this is both an aggressive move, but also a defensive move, because there were ideas of black, perhaps, as David indicated, pushing pawns forward, trying to grab some squares, force his pieces, just to try to infiltrate on the left side. And this queen takes away that threat, but also at the same time, she's planning to dash over and support an attack on the right side of the board. I am just in awe of this move. Yep. Very, very classy, sophisticated. Can't praise it enough.
Yeah, multi-purpose chess, that's what we love to see, and we'll see exactly what we just showed, actually. Magnus gaining all the space now on that left flank, but Anish, he's going to dodge this queen trade, the tension between the queens. He's going to block it up, surely. I think he has to, otherwise things might start to turn.
If Anish does not block up that diagonal, just by pushing a pawn forward, I would literally fall off my chair. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking.
He could also move the white queen. He could also bring the white queen to the right and start attacking, but...
No need for that kind of mess. Just block it up. Simple chess. And I see it a lot on Twitter. Actually, your Lisaverta learning point has kind of become very popular. I see everyone saying, keep it simple.
Yeah, I think that's just the key to chess mastery. And there we go, he keeps it simple. You don't have to fall off your chair, Jovanka.
We have the moves on the board, but before we talk about this pawn push by Anish, we're going to go to San Francisco. That's where the action is happening today with 2 matches, 4 players playing these 2 matches in San Francisco. So much action today, Tanya. How are you guys doing in San Francisco?
Oh, we're loving it. As you mentioned, all the matches that are happening inside, they're playing each other, so that's always fun to watch. And one of the cool things about this tournament, Kaja, is the involvement of the local community here. Having such an event, every day we've got these special guests coming in, telling us about the local chess scene. And today, we've got one such guest with us. He's a chess player himself. He's also a streamer, a very popular streamer. I've got with me international master David Proust. David, welcome to our show.
Hi, Tanya. Thank you for having me.
David, it's so nice to see the kind of involvement of the chess community here in San Francisco. What does it mean to have the finals of the tour here in your city?
I hadn't thought of that. It's a good question. I think that for a lot of the people I know in San Francisco, they were talking about it as it was coming up, and they were pretty excited that it was going to be here. So I think it's really cool just to imagine that Magnus is in your hometown, or maybe not your hometown, but your town you're living in now.
Absolutely, and we've also got Wesley playing here, who's quite a bit of a local hero after his win in the Global Chess Championship.
Yeah, Wesley is coming into this event extremely hot, incredible performance in the Global Championships. And yeah, I mean, the first time I met Wesley was here. He was visiting the Bay Area. So I think he's got a lot of fans in California as well.
Yeah, we love it when they come here and they're rooting for him. Now, David, you're also a streamer. And one of the big moments during the tour was what happened in Miami with Hans. And then following that, in the Julius Baer Generations Cup, when Magnus refused to play against him. Now, this has been a big discussion in the streaming community, and I want to ask you, what has been the view with your audience, and what do you make of it?
I think that my audience, like the normal people watching my stream, have been a little bit slower to pass judgments than what you see in the general chess community. In the general chess community, I feel like very, very quickly you had people who were like, Hans is a hero. These evil corporations are trying to, like, scrunch him under their feet or something like that. And then you had other people who were like big fans of Magnus and believed in his side of it. On my stream, I think people are more reflective. And so they're sort of like waiting to hear information, and they listen to each other and they hear other sides of it. So I'm very happy that the conversations in my stream have been very civil. And I wouldn't say there's been a really strong consensus around whether or not Hans cheated, whether Magnus's response was like the best response or the second best response or the worst response. It really hasn't been very, very clear. Yeah.
Is there a lot of support for Hans in general in the American chess community?
That's hard to say because most of it's now on the internet and you don't necessarily know where people are from. As you know, I've got a couple kids at home, so I don't get to hang out at chess clubs as much. I hang out on the internet, and you don't know if people are from America or not when they are cheering for Hans. But yeah, it seems he has some support. It's a little surprising to me, but yeah.
All right, and what about here? Who are you rooting for in this one?
I root for a lot of people. I love most chess players, so I kind of root for everybody. But I probably would like to see Magnus win again. Yeah. You know, initially in this series of events, I thought like, maybe these tournaments aren't that exciting because Magnus is always going to win. But it's been shaken up a little bit, and we've had some other people winning. You know, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has, you know, beaten him in the semifinals, I think, at the last event, and definitely, you know, provided a real challenge. And, you know, Prague's taken games off of him and so forth. So I think it's become a lot more exciting, if harder to predict.
I couldn't agree more with that. Jan-Krzysztof Duda leads with Magnus Carlsen. We've got moves on the board. Back to you guys in the studio. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tanya and David. And Anish Giri is really trying to beat Magnus Carlsen today. The bar is swinging back and forth. We had some moves. What's happening?
Yeah, it's a really complicated position, very tense, as we mentioned. And Anish Giri, he's burnt his bridges. He's already committed. He's gone all out. And this is the spirit we wanted to see from Anish Giri. But the execution of his plan maybe hasn't been the most accurate objectively. He's now jumped in. He's using the dart squares to try and break into Black's camp. And here we see a trade of bishops. Magnus happily allowing that. And OK, right now we also see Black up a pawn. Let's jump in to show what did happen. Just the last few moves, they've been really dramatic. This is the current position. If we rewind to where we left it earlier, Black now was going after this pawn, but I think Anish Giri rushed slightly. He pushed a pawn forward, sacrificing, but he could have built this up. In the break there, we were talking, myself and Jovanka, we were saying, oh, he could just build up, push this pawn. You can maybe bring your knight forward as well, just build up, slowly push your pieces into the attack. But Anish said, OK, my pieces are ready. He pushed forward. Are they ready, though, with pieces on the back rank? Magnus just called his bluff, captured, and we saw White's queen come out, attacking a pawn. The pawn moved, and this is how we reached the current position. White's bishop jumping in and now captured. And here, if White gets one more move, it looks very scary. White's queen is going to jump in, start creating some really nasty threats. The Black king is still stuck in the center because it can't castle. If it castles, it will get checkmated, this White king. The White queen is simply going to come in and trap it. But Magnus says, OK, I'm not going to commit. I'm going to leave my king in the center forever. It's still relatively blocked. So he drops back, going after a second pawn, getting greedy. White's knight trying to create some threats. And the big question here, Jovanka, is can Magnus survive if he just continues to call Giri's bluff and takes a pawn? It does look a bit scary. It looks like the White queen might jump in. And does Magnus have an answer to this? The evaluation bar says yes, Black is doing very, very well. But from a human point of view, it is a bit nerve-wracking with the king in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. My instinct actually wouldn't be to capture that pawn. My instinct would be to huddle into a ball and just try to overprotect every single point that I have. And you can see Magnus there sliding his rook one square over to the right.
Reacts.
So the bar said, you know, clearly saying, hey, you should have just been greedy. But as David's highlighted, the whole idea is just simply to trade off queens.
Yeah, so now this does take the sting out of White's most natural idea, bringing the queen in, because the queen exchange is almost obligatory here. White's queen would have to retreat to a very odd square if it wants to dodge this exchange. And remember, a queen exchange will favour Black because Black has won a pawn. Giri has made a sacrifice. And also long-term, these pawns don't look great now, but long-term in the endgame, they are very close to promotion squares already. And Magnus always loves to play for long-term ideas. So this is the current position. This is maybe a small threat in the position to come back with the Black queen, re-centralise her, bring her back to the defence and trade off. So Giri has one move. He needs to find something. Both sides have basically the same amount of time on the clock. And Giri, this is great play from him in terms of attacking, being on the front foot, but he needs a follow-up. It's already getting critical. If he finds nothing over the next 2 or 3 moves, Giri, he's just a pawn down with a lost position. If he finds something, though, if he can trick Magnus, then he has great attacking chances.
Yeah, but is there something? I'm racking my brains and I'm thinking, you know, I can't see a thing.
Yeah, I mean, the other idea that sprung to my mind immediately was to capture and only now to jump in with the queen. Now Black doesn't have time to jump back and retreat because this pawn would drop with a check and this would be pretty much game over. But in this position, I think instead of retreating with the Black queen, you can just retreat the Black knight. it looks a bit scary. But all the key squares are covered. White's queen can nearly slide in. This would nearly be checkmate, but unfortunately the black knight covers this square, so the queen would be captured. And unfortunately, you're just attacking with one piece. Black's pawn structure does mean that white's pieces are unable to join the queen in her assault.
It kind of feels like that knight is actually in the way. If that knight were missing from the board, the white knight that is, yeah, I mean, you could even get crazy and sacrifice a rook and whatever, but it's in the way. So, and bear in mind that black is always going to play queen retreat and offer that trade of queens.
Yeah, and if this doesn't work either, then let's go back to the drawing board. What can Giri do? He would love to move this knight out the way. He would love to spring his rook into the centre, onto the open file, but it just takes too long. If you move your knight now, for example, then again, the black queen can just step back, retreat. Also, black does have the opportunity at some point to go and capture this pawn. Remember, it might be a two-pawn sacrifice that Giri is committed to. I'm struggling to see it as well, and clearly Giri, head in hands, he's struggling to find the breakthrough. The computer does indicate that there is a way to maintain the balance for white, but it's not a drawish balance, it's just maintaining...
Okay,
Jovanka, you have an idea?
I cheated, and I can tell you there's only one idea, and that's actually to put the queen over to the e3 square. And this is clever, because the whole idea is that after you protect the bishop, now you're going to actually break through with the g-pawn.
Wow, this is not obvious. The first move is findable because you're attacking, you're pinning along this line, but after black defends the bishop, wow, Jovanka, you're right. Pushing this pawn forward looks strong, but it's not obvious to a human. You're weakening your own king. This is against every instinct in Giri's body. He will not be looking for moves like this. The whole idea is now you're attacking a pawn, and if pawn takes pawn, suddenly your bishop, which was blocked out of the game, springs to life, and you're attacking this pinned piece. This bishop is the target. Remember, it is pinned along the e-file. So suddenly black is under tremendous pressure. But I don't think he's going to find this. It just doesn't... It's the second move that's so difficult to me, pushing this g-pawn.
Yeah.
That's the only way to justify the first move.
For me, it's actually the first move, because I'm like, the eyes are kind of going forward, and you want to get your queen as close to the king as possible.
Yeah, that's true. She's already well placed. It looks like you want to improve other pieces.
Yeah.
And he doesn't find any of the three best moves, Anish Giri. He does play a very natural one. He captures the bishop, but it's a natural mistake. As we just showed, the queen comes in, but this can be safely defended by black's knight retreating. I think the only move for black, but it is sufficient. You defend this square, and everything's defended, everything's covered. Actually, the black king feels pretty safe to come and blockade this white pawn next move. White is attacking with just one piece. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I agree. And there we see the move. Both the knights cover all the critical squares. And now there's just really no way to kind of break through immediately. And like I said, you know, that white knight is in the way. It's a traitor.
Yeah.
If it weren't there, then white could do so many things.
I mean, if you could pick up this knight and put it anywhere, if you could put it on the c5 square or the g5 square, you're just winning with white. But unfortunately, you just have bad pieces. This knight is bad. This rook in the corner, unable to join the action. Yeah, Giri, he just hasn't coordinated in time. It was a very tricky move to find to keep the balance, but yeah, this one is not sufficient. Magnus is going to be at least a pawn up, and he will reassert control. I think black is in time.
Drama, and Anish has ticked under 2 minutes on the clock. He's gonna need great air quality right now, Anish Giri. Of course there is an air things device in the San Francisco arena, monitoring the air quality for the players. And is the air quality good? That is exactly what Anish Giri needs right now.
Yeah, he needs to use every single advantage he can get. And wow, well, in for the penny, in for the pound. And Anish just sacrificing a bishop.
Ooh, the bar jumps up.
And it does look like decent air quality there in San Francisco. I'm not sure that's going to help Anish Giri, though, because he has just given up a bishop. We talked about white's knight needing to get into the game, and it has finally sprung to life. And OK, it has come at the cost of your bishop, though. White's given up a bishop for a pawn just to break black's pawn chain. That previously proud chain of pawns has been shattered. And there are some weaknesses, some targets, but there's no... I mean, I just don't see any downside to black trying to force the queens off, as we indicated. Black's queen now needs to rejoin the action. and then I think you're just fine, and you're a piece up.
Yeah.
You have an extra knight, and unless Giri can checkmate, that's going to be decisive.
I agree, David. I think White's attack isn't that strong, and like you said, it's good philosophy to trade off queens when the king is in danger.
Yeah, let's just show an action replay of this sacrifice by Giri. Maybe it was just the best practical try, otherwise he's losing anyway. Why not at least complicate the issue? We talked about these two pieces not getting into the game. He decided, okay, this bishop is blocked by all the pawns anyway, I might as well just give it up. He took a pawn, and the whole idea is that now when his knight springs forward, there's a threat. Knight takes pawn. That's the only threat on the board, but it is a bit of a scary one. It would hit the black queen. It would get slightly closer to the black king. So we're expecting now Magnus to retreat. And Giri's idea here must be to capture this pawn. If the white queen runs away, it doesn't have too many great squares, but if it steps back, for example, black's knight can just move. You can choose any safe square, I think, here, and the queen exchange threat continues. So I'm expecting here, if Magnus does retreat, for Giri to take this pawn, we would see a queen exchange, potentially, and at least now, due to this last capture, he would be forking the king and rook, and okay, he has gone for this, so this is his threat. Suddenly, if this happens, we do a quick count. It's a rook for 2 knights, and yes, the 2 knights are better long-term, but right now they aren't so impressive, and White's rooks do have targets. White's rooks can swing and start hitting some pawns. Also, remember, this pawn's still alive, the f6 pawn for White, a bit dangerous there. So does Magnus have something better in this position, do you think, Jovanka, than swapping queens? Giving some material back by trading queens would be the safe option, but maybe Magnus has more.
Yeah, I was wondering at some tactical ideas of actually moving the knight away, but it doesn't seem to work. And I also wondered, just move the king, relocate the king. Yeah. So this also was a possibility, but here I thought White could just simply stand. Nothing much has changed. After queen takes queen, there's still the problem of knight takes queen check, forking the king and the rook. So White can now use this time to either attack some pawns or just centralize a rook.
Yeah, for example, swing across. And is Magnus's idea really to capture this pawn? It looks a bit too brave here. Black's king is out in the open. I'm not sure you can get away with that while queens are on the board. Just to show as well, Jovanka, you're right. Black can't quite force the queens off yet because this fork is even more deadly now. And okay, Giri doesn't take a timeout just to improve his rook. This would have been very tempting, but he goes all out now. He's gambling even more. He's attacking this black knight. The question is, what if the black knight just moves? And Magnus has just retreated it. The problem now for Giri is that there is a threat for black for the first time in a while. Maybe of capturing this knight, not immediately. For example, if the rook moves, if you take this knight, the black king is still going to get the kiss of death, as we call it. There's still some checkmating ideas against it, but yeah, suddenly the knight is loose. The queen always has to watch out for an exchange. And look at black's knights. They say knights are a king's best friend, and that's because these two defend their king so well.
And you know what? I so reckon that Magnus is going to capture that pawn on f6.
Yeah, I mean, he has to. For example, if there's a knight check hitting the king, you pretty much have to walk out into the open and take this pawn. But you're safe because the queens are about to come off.
Exactly. But I also think even if a rook swings over, that pawn will just find itself gone. And then suddenly Anish will have to deal with the fact that his queen's under attack and also his knight's under attack. And both things are going to be very difficult to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a crazy position. This is what we wanted to see from this match, but it's not going in Giri's favour. 20 seconds now on the clock, and he's a piece down on the board. He needs something. He needs at least one trick. He needs to surprise Magnus somehow, catch him off guard, set a trap for him, but...
Yeah. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. And Black is also threatening to give a check with the queen.
4. You need to make a move, Anish.
He needs to make a move.
1 second. Did it make a move?
Happened?
Okay, he captures a pawn. How much time did he have? I don't think he lost on time, otherwise we would have seen a reaction. He might have made that move with 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock. I think just a small delay. We'll see that in a moment, the clock catch up. He takes a pawn, though, and this doesn't help at all. Black's knights are ready. They can just capture this pawn back. I think you need to capture this pawn. Black's king shouldn't move now. Giri looks away. What has happened here?
I mean, that says 0 on the clock for him. Probably it's not updated, but what is happening here? He's in huge trouble.
He's in massive trouble, not just on that clock, but also on the board. And Magnus is just choosing which knight to capture this pawn back with. And I think, I mean, you could choose either knight here, to be honest. And, okay, Magnus, he's using his time well, but Giri, what has happened to his clock? We want to know.
They get 10 seconds increment after every move, so probably he hasn't lost on time because he's still sitting there. So he should have at least 10 seconds on the clock.
At least.
To make his next move.
He might have 11 seconds left. Usually players, they move when they have 1 second and it's just in time. They're very good at timing it, playing it on the edge, but yeah, we want to see, we want to know.
Well, one thing that does happen when you lose on time, you don't really get an option. This little box comes up, goes, oh, sorry, you lost. And that's it, game restarted. So we do know that Anish did make that move with some seconds to spare.
Maybe it's possible to zoom in on the screen so we can actually, okay, now we have the clocks. 5 seconds for Anish.
Yeah, he needs to move. The Black Knight did recapture a pawn. White gives a check, but Black's king is safe enough for now. This is one check, but the king is driven actually back where it wants to go, driven back to safety. And Anish, he's kept the queens on the board. That is step one. You're a piece down. You can't allow that exchange. Problem is, you're not getting anywhere. Black's king is well defended, well fortified. There are some tricks in the air. That's the only thing Anish Giri can hope for now. He's got to hope at some point he can maybe give up a rook, explode open this line towards the Black king. I just don't think it's going to work. And Magnus is going to do something we call castling by hand. He wasn't able to castle. He had to move his king before that was legal, but now he's going to shuffle his king into the corner and he's going to run away.
Yeah, and if the king runs away, then that's it. It's going to be game over. So now is a time to do something just spectacular, just be desperate. Rook takes pawn, and he moves his rook to the D line. But if I were if I were Magnus, I would just move my king away. And there you go. King is now safe as houses. And Anish is trying. We have to give him credit. He is desperately trying to open up lines.
Yeah, to be fair to Anish, if we weren't privy to the evaluation bar, if we couldn't see the evaluation bar saying Black is completely winning, then the nerves would still be jangling. I mean, Magnus here, he won't be 100% sure that he's out of the woods, that he's out of danger yet. He'll know that he's got some control, Magnus. He knows he has an extra piece, of course. But Anish is still creating threats, so Magnus needs to be on his toes. I would just try and lock it up. I would try and block this F-file. There we go. No. Don't capture a pawn. Don't open up white's rooks. Yep. And still full control for the Norwegian.
Yep. So which king is the safest now? Magnus has been open for a long time, but is it safer now?
It's safer now, but White's pieces are still around. White's queen and knight are still close enough for the Black king to feel uncomfortable. White's king is open, but there are no black pieces around it. So for now, it's safe. So your king is only as weak as the pieces that are attacking it. And this is the problem for Giri. Look at the Black knights. Black's king is open, yes, but Black's knights are perfect defenders. Black's knights so well combined as well. Okay, Giri attacking one of them, but they can defend each other, perhaps.
Definitely, and another problem is that, of course, Magnus has an extra piece, and he's using that extra piece. Sometimes in some positions, you see that extra piece is just sleeping somewhere. But here, very much part of the fray. And Magnus, being very clever, he's using the idea of counterattack, and Anish, he's just advancing pawns. He's just flapping around, trying to find something.
But now Magnus is going after the White king. Finally, the counterattack begins. Look at the Black queen. A diagonal has opened up. She wants to jump into G3. That would be a deadly check, leading to checkmate. Giri, down to a couple of seconds, but it looks like he just resigned or let his clock run out. Giri gives up. Magnus takes the win. And there we go. The players talking about what a dramatic game this has been.
That's the cool thing about them both being in San Francisco. They can actually discuss the game. What a win for Magnus Carlsen in the first game against Anish. Let's see if we can get some reactions.
Magnus, a wild game. What was the feeling while playing?
Yeah, I thought, well, first of all, I just missed his A4 move in the opening. After that, I think I'm pretty busted, but yeah, I mean, I think F4 was maybe, F5 was maybe premature. I think he can build the attack up slowly. Like, I need like 6 moves to take the pawn on A4, and then like go back, Queen B5, push the pawn to A3. So I didn't think it was realistic for me. So I'll probably have to, set up with F5 at some point. But it looks like one-way traffic. After F5, I had a lot of hope. I thought, maybe he wins quickly, otherwise I'm fine. And the way it happened in the game, yeah, I think he had chances for sure, but after that it felt like I was in the game at least.
After he sacked a piece, the evaluation bar gave a huge advantage to you, but did you feel it was still a mess that you needed to navigate through?
Yeah, I felt it was still a mess. For instance, like after I went king, after I went to 98 after d5, there was the possibility of checking on taking on c7, check, and then my king is in a bit of a weird spot. So, but yeah, I felt that even though it was probably good for me, it was a lot of things still to navigate, and then sort of would make it quicker. Easier for him to play quickly with short when he's short on time because he has a clear target.
All right, good luck for the next one.
Magnus Carlsen starting the day with another win, with the black pieces as well. What went wrong for Anish here, David?
It's just as Magnus said, he got a bit too overexcited, he jumped the gun, and he had a great position. Magnus said he thought he was busted. Magnus said he thought he had basically a losing position out of the opening. So Giri had a big advantage, but he just pushed at the wrong moment. And it was actually, if we backtrack to this position, there were some exciting moments later on, but here Giri should build. This is the goal, to push pawns forward. This is the side you should attack on, but you don't need to sacrifice. There's no reason to gamble at this moment. You could simply push a pawn forward, only build up for this pawn push later. The computer, for example, also suggests the white knight coming forward to probe for weaknesses. It even suggests putting the knight on the edge of the board to support pushing this pawn next. And here, as Magnus confessed, it takes black 6 moves to do anything. His queen is pretty much trapped on this side of the board. In order to do anything, black needs to take this pawn. He needs to move his queen out of the way. He needs to retreat his knight. Magnus estimated it would take him 6 moves to untangle. In the meantime, white would blow open the center, and in those 6 moves would most likely have built up a winning attack. The other moment that Magnus mentioned just briefly was here when he retreated his knight. He said he was still a bit scared as black. Look at the black knights, they're passive. Look at the black king, it's open, but everything was holding together. The key variation here is that after queen takes queen, after a check, black's king only has 1 safe square, but it can hide in the corner, and no way through. Giri burnt his bridges, sacrificed, got overexcited, and it backfired later on.
Anish Giri is now down by 1 point and has to make a comeback. He will have the black pieces in game 2 in San Francisco starting in 15 minutes. Magnus Carlsen on fire, winning another one with the white pieces in game 2. And if there's one thing we learned this season, it is that anything can happen when Magnus Carlsen has the white pieces.
Should we try and guess Magnus Carlsen's first move?
Knight c3.
Knight c3, you think? E3.
E3. E3 is a good bet.
H4.
Oh, it's
What
Harry.
is this?
It's Harry, but this is a very dirty Harry. This one. This is not a happy Harry. This is a dirty Harry. This is one of the. Oh, are you looking at me, son? This is. Oh my God.
Usually we see white occupy the center with pawns. Sometimes we see white's knight come out. I'm not sure what Magnus wanted to do, but to play this move, pawn to f3, weakening the king, this is so rare. You nearly never see this at Grandmaster level. There's also a well-known 2-move checkmate. If black had pushed this pawn, which he actually did in the game, if Magnus had now pushed this pawn forward, we would see the queen come forward.
I think Houska
in 2 moves.
Wow. Will we see a strange opening for Magnus Carlsen? He has the white pieces in game 2 against Anish, both playing in San Francisco. The game will start in 13 minutes. We're going to build up to the action between those two after a commercial break.
John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football, I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer, but he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Welcome back to day 4 in the Tour Finals in 10 minutes. Game 2 will start for Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. Magnus is still unbeaten in the tournament, and that's quite impressive when we know what's been going on over the past few months. Huge chess drama. Magnus Carlsen is now sued by Hans Niemann after everything that has happened, and it all started back in August in the FTX Crypto Cup when Hans Niemann won a game against Magnus Carlsen.
I mean, is this game over?
Looks like it is.
Immediately. Are you winning? You're winning material here.
Yeah.
You're winning a rook, right?
Yep. I think we might see Magnus Carlsen just throw in the towel and forget this game. Straightforward win. This is the most simple, and
he's resigned. Wow. What can I say?
What a result.
Today, you start out with a masterpiece. How would you summarize it?
Chess speaks for itself.
Is it something special doing this against Magnus, Hans?
He's been a fun character on the tour this season, Hans Niemann, and we didn't know at that point what was coming. After the FTX Crypto Cup, a bunch of the players traveled to St. Louis for the Sinkfield Cup. Magnus Carlsen, over the board, lost his game to Hans Niemann, and the day after that happened, Magnus, for the first time in his career, withdrew from the tournament, and the whole chess world basically concluded it was because he suspected Hans Niemann of cheating. A few weeks later, we came to the Julius Baer Generation Cup in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann, they met on day 2 in that tournament.
He got a good position against Magnus. It was a very, very good game. It was probably an inspired game, you could call it. But is it an obvious proof of cheating? Definitely not. I don't think he cheated in the Sinkfield Cup, but everything else is still up in the air.
Sorry, Alejandro, I just have to interrupt you because the game started and Magnus has logged off. What has happened?
Magnus has resigned.
Magnus has resigned the game against Hans Niemann.
Yes, at least that's what it says in our transmission.
He made one move and resigned.
Yes, it looks that way.
Wow. You look shocked, David.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we saw Magnus appear on the webcam, I thought, okay, we're in for a game. At least this will help things blow over. Let's focus on the chess again. But what do we say now?
Huge drama over the past few months in the chess world, Tanya. And being in the US, is this a big topic, the cheating allegations and the lawsuit made by Hans Niemann?
I think it's just everything. Everyone's just talking about this, and it's more online. We've had so many guests here and discussions around it. For me, what's been really impressive is that having $100 million lawsuit over your head, and still Magnus manages to play this way. That's been exceptional to watch. He has been saying that he doesn't let it affect him, but I don't know how that's even possible. But his games clearly show that he's left that behind him, and he's got people handling it for him, and he's doing what he does best, play chess.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, yeah, you've been talking to Magnus. Are you impressed, Tanya, that, I mean, Magnus is unbeaten in this tournament, that he's apparently able to focus with all of this going on?
It's insane. We had Anish give an interview yesterday where he mentioned that Magnus is such a tough opponent, and you either get destroyed or you try to have a close fight. And then Magnus mentioning that, you know, if you lose the first game against me, you're going to have a hard time. And that's what's happened today as well. So it's definitely a tough day ahead of Anish. It's really shocking, the fact that Magnus is able to focus and play the way he is with everything going on off board, but that's what world champions are made of, and he's been exceptional like that. I think it's going to be a very tough day for Anish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first 2 days with Anish Giri, we did see some more killer instinct. He was able to win in blitz tiebreaks. What do you expect from Anish now? He is down by 1 point. He just knows he has to make a comeback against Magnus.
I've been noticing Anish here. I have to say, there's a little bit of a different vibe. He looks a lot more serious. Pretty much doesn't want to do any mid-game interviews once any of the games are over. We don't see him. He just rushes back straight into his restroom. He's made a little office out in the green room here, so he spends a lot of time preparing, little time at the hotel. He's extremely focused and determined. It's interesting that he's had such a good tour so far, where he qualifies without any problem into the knockout stages, but then hasn't been able to go too far ahead. We haven't seen him in the finals of any of the tour events. And I think he's determined here to prove a point. He wants to end this season with a bang. But of course, the players here, it's the finals. They're going to make sure it's not easy.
Definitely. Thank you so much for that insight, Tanya, in San Francisco. In 5 minutes, Game 2 will start with Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. We're talking about Magnus and the drama going on in the chess world with himself and Hans Niemann. And before it all started, though, on the tour, both Magnus and Hans has given us some fun moments this season.
Yeah, and there we go. One thing that we expected to see throughout the tour was Magnus eating noodles. He's at it again, already in the first game of the Champions Chess Tour.
That's early, yeah.
It served him well last year. Well, mostly well.
Yeah, it was a little bit up and down, actually. Yeah.
The noodle gambit.
I think Magnus was looked like a taco bowl or something like that, and this looks like a taco burrito that Hans is eating. It's Mexican night in the Charity Cup.
He just spilt some there.
Be careful, Hans.
I think the position right now isn't quite as messy as the food.
A nice one. It's been a lot of eating. A lot of players are sitting in their homes around the world playing in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. But now for the tour finals, 4 players are inside Shack 15, and today is the day with 2 big battles going on inside the Ferry building. And here are the results from the first games today. Wesley So and Pragnananda both sitting in San Francisco. They played a draw in the first game, but Magnus Carlsen, he won that first game against Anish Giri. The other 4 players are sitting in their homes around the world. It was a draw between Liam Le and Jan-Krzysztof Duda in their first game, and also between Shakhriyar Mamdyarov and Arjun Ergaisi. A little bit of a slow start to the day, perhaps, in those other matches. Is it between Magnus and Anish? We will see the drama today, do you think, Jovanka?
No, to be honest, no. I don't think the drama is just limited to Anish and Magnus. The other players are all on form, and we saw Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He was such great tactical shape yesterday. And I think his match against Liam Lair will also be full of fireworks. Just watch this space, I tell you.
Do you think Magnus is also in between games paying attention, David, to what's happening with Jan-Krzysztof Duda? They are on the same score after 3 days.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that we've definitely learned throughout this season, last season, of all the top players. They have one eye on the other games. It's so impressive. They're able to follow the other games, the other results, but still be focused when the time comes on their own moves. And yeah, Magnus will watch Duda's results, likewise with Duda watching Magnus's, and they also look for opening ideas in other games. They try to seek inspiration in the other battles that are going on.
And it must be so important, even like much pressure on both Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof being on the same score. They don't want to be the first player to sort of lose a point or two.
Yeah, there's pride at stake. That's for sure. And both of them are unbeaten, and both of them definitely want to keep it that way. And it's all about pride. It's all about playing those good moves, and it's all about beating your opponent in any way possible. And there we see Prag enter the playing hall. Look at him. He's getting ready. What I like about Prag is that he seems to be getting more and more confident as the tour has progressed.
It's incredible, right? If we look back 9 months ago in February, before he beat Magnus Carlsen, and now he's just a different person.
Totally different. You know, even the way he walks, it just reeks of confidence. It reeks of someone who's self-assured, and he's getting ready to meet Wesley. So,
in the puzzle yesterday as well, Pragnananda was super confident. Can you remember that moment for you, David, when maybe you went from being a kid to just getting confident with your chess?
Still waiting for that moment to strike, Kaja. But yeah, I mean, there's always a moment, I think, in everyone's career, whether it's chess, whether it's something else, where you just wake up one morning and you think, okay, this is my time. This is, you know, my hour. I can show my best. I can be the best. And Prag already feels like he's getting there. And we did see one decisive game, Magnus winning. The others were all draws in the first game of today, but they were very exciting, those other draws. There was one which ended in stalemate. Well, actually, 2 of those games ended in stalemate, out of the 3 draws. Prag had a really fighting draw as well against Wesley, so I'm expecting play to continue being just as dramatic.
Fantastic. But we will follow game 2 with Magnus Carlsen having the white pieces against Anish Giri. He is in the lead after that first game. Magnus, we did see that video with some strange openings Magnus has played this season. Is that something that could happen when he has the white pieces against Anish Giri?
It certainly could. It feels like in the tour finals, Magnus has been very serious so far, very professional. I think he really wants to win this event, especially after the disappointment of Reykjavik recently, the Fischer Random World Championship. Magnus wants to reassert his #1 status. So he's been playing very classical openings, very kind of proper openings in a way. But it wouldn't be a surprise to see him freestyle, especially with white. Magnus isn't brave enough to do that against the top players. With black, it's with white where he has been experimenting slightly.
Anish with his Chessable hoodie on. We did see quite a few of his Chessable courses in the first game, both the E4 and the French defense.
Yeah, and we could maybe see more of Anish Giri's opening expertise, especially those chessable courses. If Magnus opens with the King's Pawn, Anish could play the Sicilian Najdorf, the Sicilian Dragon, other areas where he's well known, where he has released work. And yeah, why not go to your best openings in such critical match situations?
There's so many openings, and many of them named after places, countries. Are there any like US chess openings?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Yeah, there's like the Marshall, but that's after a US person, American person. Is there any place names? Ooh, we're going to have to put it out to our audience.
Yeah.
You know, you guys on Twitter. Are there any openings named after any American cities, places? Do let us know.
Yeah.
Tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
And remember to also tweet us your chess pictures and selfies. We really want to feature them on the show today. Here we go. Is it a strange opening? No.
No strange opening yet. Magnus is taking this one very seriously, showing a lot of respect to Anish Giri. Will we see the Grunfeld defense? Will we see the King's Indian defense? That tends to be signaled by this last pawn push that Black has made. Black's ready to fianchetto his dark squared bishop. And when that happens, either White will be allowed to take the center, King's Indian defense, or Giri will strike back. He's played both of those openings from time to time, Anish Giri. Magnus now just weighing up his options. He wouldn't have expected this necessarily. Anish maybe playing already with black, quite risky stuff. What do you think, Jovanka?
Yeah, I would love to see Anish play a King's Indian defence against Magnus Carlsen, because he rarely faces that opening.
That's true. Magnus has started to adopt that as black quite a lot over the last year, but very rarely do opponents have the courage to play what Anish is doing now against Magnus. And if Magnus wants to play it safe, maybe we'll see him copy and just kind of fianchetto white's light square bishop to push the white pawn to g3 over this move or the next move. But if Magnus, he's a maximalist these days. If he wants to gain the centre, he'll bring his knight out on the queen side, try to push even more pawns forward in the middle of the board.
Yeah. Just an observation I've noticed about the players, that water that they're drinking called liquid death, it seems to be pretty addictive, because the players leave the venue with holding a can. They make sure when they leave the board that they've finished every single drop of it. And there you see them constantly drinking it. So
it must be the tastiest water in the world.
Yeah, it must be. And it's just sparkling water, right? So
it's almost like a scene from darts in the UK in the 90s, where they're just swinging beer between the moves. And we do see the Grunfeld defence, Jovanka.
We do, and it happens to be David's favourite opening. Ever since I've known David, he's been playing this opening. Although you play it less and less these days.
I very rarely play it these days, just because there's so much opening theory. There's too much to memorise. There's developments every week, and I can't keep up with all the developments. But clearly, Anish Giri, he's an opening expert. He is pretty confident here. And this is also a favourite of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the world's top players. He's played that this opening throughout his entire career. Also, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the World Championship challenger, he's played this for most of his career, until the last year or two as well. So here, black tends to counterattack. White often obtains the centre anyway, but black will chip away at white's centre from afar. And Magnus looking away. He's got various ideas here. I've seen Magnus play maybe a dozen different setups against this opening, all with success, especially against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But he won't have expected this opening this morning. So now he has to choose. And he's spending a lot of time choosing, Magnus.
He is spending some time choosing, which does allow me to share with you some of the pictures that everyone has been sending us. So first picture is from Bragovic, who says, Chess Champs 1981. What a team we were. Shame that when I moved on to secondary school, they didn't have a team. Yeah, that is a problem in chess. I'm back on the right. Don't comment on the hair. Let me see the hair. Oh, and those shields were very popular in the 1980s in scholastic chess. And so it seems to me it's like a UK tournament, because I actually had one of those in my house.
Really?
My house, yeah. I had two of them. I didn't win it. My brother did.
Did you have like chess teams in school?
Yeah.
In the UK as well, like they do in the US?
Yeah, it was kind of... There were some scholastic chess, but it was kind of mainly county-based. And there we kind of all played as a team. We stayed in a room together. It was really good fun.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was banned from my school chess team for being too young. I wasn't allowed on the school chess team. And then I think like 1 week later, I beat a grandmaster. And then they were like, oh, please come on, please play for the team. I said no. But meanwhile, we see the exchange variation of the Grunfeld.
Yep. And the bishop develops, and there we see Giri challenge the centre, and this has all been played before. I'm expecting pawn takes pawn.
Yep, there's a few different ways black can handle this. This setup for white is one of the favourites of former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. He used to love going for this exchange variation. White has an extra pawn in the centre, but black is slightly ahead, maybe in development, first to castle, and black, remember, is going to try and fight for the centre from afar. This is what we call a hyper-modern opening. It's a few years back when classical players, they were just trying to occupy the centre with pawns. The hyper-modern players said, no, we don't need to occupy the centre with pawns. You can play from afar, especially with fianchetto bishops like black's dark square bishop. And again, as you mentioned, Jovanka, this is very typical stuff. We've seen this at the top level many, many times. Let's ignore the evaluation bar. This is still standard. I'm expecting Magnus now to just bring white's light square bishop out one square. White can also push a pawn in the centre, as far as I remember. A variety of moves here for Magnus.
Yeah, and I just had some recollection that Magnus has played this line against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave quite a few times.
I agree. It's so hard to kind of put your finger on the move orders sometimes in this opening. Often white sets up like this, but black has a variety of different ways. Black's queen can come out, black's knight can come out, and sometimes the positions transpose into each other, but the ideas are always the same. And here we go. Anish does indeed bring his queen out. And if Magnus castles now, which I think he might do, if the white king runs away, then black's queen does have the option of going to grab a pawn. White's a2 pawn is isolated. It does cost black several tempi, a lot of moves for that black queen to take the pawn and run back to safety, though. So, yeah, how ambitious is Magnus feeling?
Yeah, we're going to see. Either he's going to castle, as David said, or he's step up with his queen one square and protect absolutely everything. But then we have the option of going into an endgame.
Yeah.
And again, it feels like this is one that has been played many times before.
Yeah, and it's a question here of taste, of style. White has the pawn center. A lot of players love that. Black has maybe the more active pieces, and a different camp, a different type of player will prefer having the more active pieces, and maybe a bit less responsibility because you don't have so many pawns in the center. And what will Magnus choose, do you think, Jovanka? Will he castle? Will he push the white queen forward?
He'll push the,
Safety first.
Yeah, and it makes sense, you know, he's ahead in the match. All he has to do is just sit on his advantage and just put all the pressure on Anish. And whilst the players are thinking, Anish has actually a choice. He can actually develop the knight, he can capture in the center, he can move the rook. So many possibilities. I'm looking at it and it's like quite a few options have been played before.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a bit younger, this was the trendy move for black's rook to come and try and create some pressure. Just to show the audience what we meant by an endgame. An endgame would be initiated by trading set of pawns in the center. White always wants to take back. White has to maintain 2 pawns in the center, otherwise black will seize the advantage. And now the queen trade is possible. So queen takes queen, for example, and white could take back with the king even, but for example, here you can take with the knight. Bishops might come off, and we reach that type of endgame where I do think white has a small advantage. That is because white's rook is on an open file. It's actually ready to enter the 7th rank, start picking up some pawns there. White also has these guys in the middle, which you can defend. You can even step forward with them. And it feels like white's king as well is better placed than black's king because the queens are off. There's no chance of any checkmating attack. And white's king is primed to rush to either side of the board later on. So I don't think we'll see Giri go for that queen exchange. I think that would be the wrong moment. I'm expecting, either the rook to develop, putting some pressure here, or black's knight to move. And a bunch of choice. It looks like Giri has played very quickly up to this point, and he's rightly just taking a sip of that liquid death. He's rightly trying to get inspired and find a way to maybe throw Magnus off balance. He needs something special because white is so solid right now.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at the statistics here for white and black, and I can tell you that the line that scores the best is actually to pick up the e-pawn 1 square forward and just restrain white's pawn center. And then the second one is actually developing the knight.
Okay, so he plays the second most successful move statistically. It's always fascinating. I mean, that's how I prepare openings these days. I very rarely, in a position with 5 or 6 good moves, I very rarely check what the top computer move is. I'm just like, oh, this one scores better for black. Therefore, you know, from a human point of view, why not play the most popular move? Maybe white feels uncomfortable there. That's why black scores so well. So, okay, Giri developing his knight makes a lot of sense. The knight might be destined to come and attack this undefended pawn if it gets time.
Yes, there's certainly a lot of play in this position. And whilst the players are thinking, I can share with you some more selfies and chess pictures that everyone has sent in. And the first one is from Brian Mernian, who says that the families that play chess together stay together.
I love that.
I do love that one too. And Martin Rossini says, looks like Chris Lowe has just mated Neil Tennant. Chess and music, my 2 passion. Greetings from sunny Argentina. And I do love the Pet Shop Boys. Big fan of them. Such happy music.
Yeah.
So Pet Shop Boys, chess, you're onto a winner, Em. Wow. And Tiefenruder Ruder says, a cool chess picture that I've seen. Here's the coolest one showing the coolest of the cool. And there we have the legendary Vasily Ivanchuk.
He is cool.
He is like one of the best characters in chess.
Definitely.
And in the meantime, Magnus has actually attacked the bishop with his h-pawn. This is slightly different. This is unusual, actually.
Yeah, White's play has been very slow. So yes, you've got the bishop pair now. White has the great potential with those two bishops, but you've lost a lot of time. White's king is still stuck in the center. So can Anishgiri take advantage of that? It does feel very slow. It's normally something you don't want to do in the Grunfeld opening, at least from my experience, to push White's h-pawn forward one square. Often Black makes this trade anyway later on in the game. So can Giri profit? I'm expecting the Black rooks to rush to the center and over the next half dozen moves. Once the Black rooks activate, there will be serious pressure on White's pawns in the middle. However, if we do go to an endgame, White is guaranteed the advantage now due to the two bishops. So Magnus, he's basically set his stall out. He said, yep, I'm heading for long-term advantages here. That's all I'm playing for. Can you challenge me short-term? And it's that provocation, it's that provocative mentality that brought Magnus the point in the first game, remember? He had a bad position, Anish had the advantage, but Anish lashed out, went too soon. And will that happen again? Okay, first Anish reroutes the Black Knight. There's a kind of semi-threat of Black's Knight jumping in to the c4 square to attack White's queen. And if that happens, suddenly White will lose a lot of time, a lot of coordination. I like this one, I've got to say.
Yeah.
This knight jump.
This actual variation has been played before. It hasn't been the most popular variation for White, I have to say. But the first game that was played in 1987 was between two very strong grandmasters, Vlastimil Hort and Oleg Romanishin. And that game ended in a draw. And in that particular game, White just ignored Black's threat. Wow. Just castled. I would be too scared to do such a thing. Yeah. I would be like, no, preserve the bishop pair. But does White have time?
Yeah, it is a matter of time right now, right? Because actually castling might be a pawn sacrifice, if anything, in this position. We mentioned that Black has a threat. That's to jump in with the knight. For example, if White wastes time, if White pushes a pawn forward, this is just too scary. You can't allow the knight to jump in, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. Once the White queen moves, there will be ideas, tactics along this diagonal. For example, Black could even take a pawn, hitting the White bishop. And, OK, he does castle, and this is a sacrifice. It does feel like Magnus is playing for the draw. This is very unconventional. This is very untypical Magnus. He does castle, and the reason I say it's a pawn sacrifice is because after Black captures in the center, you never, ever want to take with the bishop. Now, White's pawns on the queen side are just going to be weak eternally to isolated pawns over here. You want to capture towards the center with a pawn, but now after queen takes queen, bishop takes, Black can simply grab a pawn. And Magnus, he's going to justify this by jumping in with the White rook to the 7th rank. And it looks like he will regain the pawn. I don't think White will have any advantage here, but once he regains the pawn, he should be safe enough. He should be able to make a draw. And does Anish Giri go for this, or does he go in with the Black Knight? If you jump in with the Black Knight, the White Queen will shuffle, and at least there's no pin along this line. At least the White King has evacuated the central square. So here, Black is obliged to, for example, take this bishop, and now Magnus would have kind of a choice. He could just take with a pawn. This looks a bit ugly at first. These kind of two double pawns in the center, for example, could be blocked, meaning that White's bishop is a bit of a dead piece. But I think what Magnus wants to do, at least, is to capture it with the queen instead. And yes, Black can grab a pawn, but with opposite color bishops in a position like this, White's bishop is actually arguably just as strong as the Black bishop, if not stronger, and good chances along this diagonal. Opposite color bishops as well give it a drawish tendency, this position.
Yeah. It does look like Magnus hasn't been so ambitious in this particular game. And he was surprised, and he's willing to say, OK, I'm going to treat your ideas with some respect, and then I'm just going to pick my fight and do it in the 3rd game.
Yeah, so these two most natural moves, jumping in with the knight or taking with the pawn, I mean, those are the two moves you calculate first because they're threats, they're captures, they're forcing types of moves, but they both lead to equal positions. So Giri, if he wants to maintain the tension, he could also move a rook across. But, yeah, not going for something direct does come with a bit of risk. Remember, White does have the long-term advantage of the two bishops. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really don't like what Magnus is doing, but it shouldn't be enough to turn things in Black's favour. That's why having White is such a good thing, especially at the top level. Even if you misplay the position, even if you don't play the most accurate moves, often you can equalise. And it's going to be frustrating for Giri. He's got the dream opening for black. It's been a big success. In a chessable course, for example, you would stop here. You would say black is fine, black is equal, and you would move on. But how do you win as black? That's the question. And Anish has to ponder what to do, how to break Magnus's setup.
Yeah, I just saw that tweet there from Dimitri Stanislav is telling us the Chicago defense. And
Never heard of that.
And then I remembered, I have also never heard about that, but Cambridge Springs.
This one I have heard of. It's a variation of the kind of Queen's Gambit Decline / Slav. It's like a mix.
And it was first
Cambridge
place
in the US or in England?
That's true.
It's in the this one was in the US.
Cambridge Springs, I think, is in the US.
Yeah.
And most of the places in the US, or many of them at least, are based on places in the UK. For example, New York. It's York, but New York. Yeah, plenty of places.
Did you know that it was actually going to be called New Amsterdam?
Wow.
And okay.
It was called New Amsterdam.
Yeah, it was called New Amsterdam. Yeah, and but they had a vote, quite funnily enough, in I don't know the exact date, but they were going to decide in America what was going to be the official language, and English just won it ahead of German.
Really?
Yeah.
That would have been very different.
I know.
We'd be sitting here talking a whole new language, a whole different language. What a world.
What a world.
History
and
in chess.
Right now, well, this is a Dutch player, Anish Giri, and in chess, India is a huge country right now, and playing in San Francisco is Praggnanandhaa. He's been so impressive this season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. We talked about it. It's strange to see how much more confidence this young Indian player has. Starting out in February, he was almost a different person. At 16 years old, now he is 17 years old and in San Francisco. Tanya, I heard you're standing with Prag's coach, Ramesh. Has he noticed that Prag is just so much more confident now versus before he beat Magnus back in February?
Kaja, Ramesh has been such a constant throughout the journey with Prag here on the tour, starting from, well, the very beginning, from the Challengers Test Tour. And I'm so happy to have him here with us. Welcome, Ramesh.
Hello, Tanya.
Let's start with asking you, how are you enjoying San Francisco and Prag, especially here, playing?
Yeah, we came here on the 8th itself, like almost a week before the event. So we had the opportunity to look around the city and also visit our friends. So we had a good time, and so far the event has been a mixed bag, I would say. The costly, the 2 consecutive losses against Anish, I think that was a slight disappointment, but otherwise, yesterday he managed to recover quite well, and it's an interesting match today.
And it's so nice to see a smile on your face, Ramesh, because really that loss with Anish must have been so tough, so close. But then he came right back in the next game, beating Liam, such a strong player. How, as a coach, did you manage to get him to switch away from what had happened?
No, I think I've known Prag. I've been with him probably when he was like 7.5 or 8 years old. So we both understand each other well. And it has always been our philosophy that we shouldn't get carried away by the consequences of our actions, kind of results, so to say. So we know that there will be good results on many days and also some tough results on few days. So we have to ride the wave. So we knew he has the capability to come back. So we believed in ourselves, and it happened.
It happened, and I want to ask you, you've been here from the start with him. You accompanied him in the first major, starting from Oslo to Miami, and now here in the final. What, according to you, has been the biggest progress in Prag's game throughout the season?
I think there are many positive takeaways, I would say. One, he has got this fantastic opportunity to play these guys on almost on a monthly basis. Either he's playing online or in person. So it's a fantastic opportunity not many youngsters get at such young age. So it's very, we should be very happy about it. And the other thing is he has managed to adapt himself at this level. He's not the underdog anymore, I would say. Initially, everyone knew, and we also felt that we could easily be the underdogs. But it's clear that he is not only holding his own, but he's also managing to beat many of these strong players and on a consistent basis. And also, it has helped us work a lot on our opening preparation, because on every day we are playing 4 games, 2 with white and 2 with black. And many times we need to have 4 different ideas, and it takes a lot of time and effort from our side. So we have to really work a lot on our opening skills. So that has also helped in gradually broadening and also deepen his opening repertoire, I would say.
Looking at him, we feel like he's 1,000 times more confident than when he was at the start of the tour. As a coach, do you feel that as well?
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling it. Like even when we are discussing things, our match strategy and all, he's always very positive and wants to not take a safer approach. He wants to really see like how far he can push it. So really seeing a confident Prag. Happy to see.
Very happy to see, and especially how he is when he has to play against Magnus. He's always looking forward to that match. It's something we talk a lot about in our commentary. He's just not intimidated. And that's not something that a lot of players struggle with that against Magnus.
I think not only against Magnus, but even with other players, Prag is not intimidated, I would say, knowing him. But people are noticing his battles against Magnus because he has beaten him quite a few number of times. So that is always a very healthy rivalry as far as the rapid time control goes. But it's really important to prove himself in standard time control. I think that will be the real challenge.
You know, he's here as the youngest player, but like you said, it's really not about the experience anymore. He's so confident. It looks like he's here to win the event. Do you get that feeling as well?
Yes, before the event, definitely. But the first 2 small setbacks, it has pushed us a bit behind. But I hope he'll be able to recover in the coming matches. But whether he manages to win the event or not, I'm looking forward to all the remaining matches.
And are you overall happy with his performance in the tour?
Yeah, overall really satisfied. Very happy.
All right, thank you so much, Ramesh, for joining us and for all your insights. Thank you.
How cool to hear from what we must say is one of the best chess coaches in the world. He's brought Prag to the top of world chess. He is in the elite now. Today playing against Wesley. So first game was a draw. They are now playing game 2. I saw the bar was in the middle. This year, Prag has been one of the main competitors for Magnus Carlsen on the Champions Chess Tour. Last season, it was Wesley. So who do you hold as a favorite in this match between Prag and Wesley?
I'll still go with experience Wesley just about, and also because Wesley won very convincingly yesterday, and at his best he's still a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, I'll never write Prag off ever again, because he's capable. As Ramesh says, he wants to push his limits. He's still learning. He's still testing himself, and win or lose today, he's destined for the top. I think he's someone we'll be talking about for years and years to come.
He was fighting to win both the first major this season, also Esports Cup and FTX Crypto Cup in Miami. Prag, in this one, after 3 rounds, he has 4 points. With this match, there is 4 matches yet to be played. Still chances for him to win it?
Still chances. He might have to win the rest of his matches, and he still has those head-to-heads, for example, against Magnus, that will be so critical. He might need to win those, for example, in the rapid stage without allowing too many tie breaks. But yeah, I just think he's not necessarily even here to win it. He's here just to play his best, to learn, and in future years that will come. I mean, this is just a stepping stone. This is just one step on his path to greatness.
What a player, the 17-year-old. We are following game 2 between Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces here against Anish. We've had quite a few moves, and the bar has now gone quite significantly up for Magnus Carlsen. What's happening?
Yeah, I've got to say, Jovanka, I really don't like what Giri's done. The white bishop pair has suddenly come to life. Are you surprised by Anish's moves? Do you feel he's maybe just taking big risks to try and play for a win, or has he just lost control?
I feel like he's lost control, and I was a bit surprised actually by his decision to allow white to keep the bishop pair and also allow white to get onto the 7th row. It just seems like white has got everything that they wanted. And well, you were talking, David, I was absolutely transfixed by this position, because I was thinking, why is the bar so high? And I was also looking at this bishop retreat, because this is one of the beautiful things about the bishop pair, is that they're so versatile. They can switch flanks at any stage of the game.
Yeah, and this is not obvious for most humans, but Magnus is not most humans. He drops his bishop back, and the whole idea is if black gets greedy now and grabs a pawn in the center of the board, this would be a losing blunder, I feel, after, okay, for example, a check, or you could play the bishop move first, but either way, this is winning for white. Suddenly you're attacking this rook, but more importantly, you're attacking this pawn. This pawn in front of the black king is the big weakness, and white's bishop does a great job along this diagonal, hitting the rook and hitting this pawn. And too many targets, so killer threat on the board, and black has to deal with it. This is the idea, the bishop running to b3. I think you have to cover this square.
I was looking at that. I was looking at the rook stepping forward. And then I was actually considering that the other bishop retreats all the way down.
Wow.
But I didn't know whether this was just too much of a liberty.
Makes a lot of sense, though. Bishops, they're just as good long range. They're like archers. This is why they're so kind of favoured by the top players in the world. They do just as good a job from the back rank. Look how many squares these bishops cover, these two pieces alone. They cover all these squares, even though they're sitting on the first rank. Compare those to knights sitting at the back or rook sitting at the back. These bishops are just fantastic. And suddenly, yeah, you're right, you hit this rook. Where do you run? You kind of have to stay on the third rank like this, somewhere along here, because if you move again, then white's bishop springs to life. This pawn will suddenly drop and game over. So, okay, Anish, he was a bit scared of this one. Instead, he moved his rook across one square, but can you use the same idea, Jovanka? Can you drop your bishop back again?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's even better. I thought that he had to stay on the third rank. And he does!
Wow.
Oh no, actually, Anish is in serious trouble.
Yeah, and these two bishops, again, they're not so impressive if you just look at them kind of through the next one move, two moves. But suddenly, 3-4 moves later, if, for example, the rook moves, the bishop again comes to attack this rook. The rook is actually almost trapped. If you can't put it on this square because you get skewered, you get pinned along this diagonal. And likewise, you can't really put it on this square either because suddenly the bishop comes to a4 and another skewer because knight takes bishop is met by rook takes rook. The black rook was loose and white has won the exchange, a rook for piece in that little process. So Anish Giri, he might be on the brink of a second defeat after this really nice double bishop retreat. I just want to rewind as well. Look how great these bishops are here. They look like they're very active. How counterintuitive. You retreat one bishop to try and get to the b3 square. Next move, in this position, after the rook takes away the b3 square, you retreat the other bishop. And the rook is almost trapped.
Yeah.
Nowhere to go.
And there's so many tactical ideas in the air. So, I mean, the rook moves one square forward. I mean, another idea I just wanted to highlight, because it's just flashy, is to actually attack the rook.
Yeah, you can attack the rook from this angle, and again, knight takes bishop is met by rook takes rook. Winning material is on the cards. Potentially, this one is maybe a bit complicated because black's other rook could maybe give itself up on this square. So I do feel Magnus, he's just going to continue attacking, and he does. He attacks the rook here. Nowhere to go. If you have to go into the corner if you want to keep your rook safe, but suddenly you give the white bishop access to this key b3 square and break through this f7 pawn, which is the weakest throughout all chess openings, actually, because it's only defended by a king in the starting position, and now it's game over.
It is game over. That pawn is just indefensible. You cannot defend that pawn, and goodness me, it's death by two bishops here.
Yeah. Two bishops, I think this should go down as an example in textbooks of how to use them, how versatile they are, how agile, just going forward, back, no matter where. As long as the center is open, bishops have targets. And yeah, right now in the current game position, I think Anish is just picking a way to go down. What's the lesser evil? Do you move your rook and, for example, here and then lose this pawn? Or do you just maybe give up your rook for a bishop in this position? And at least here, okay, he moves his rook back. I was going to say here, at least you have the opportunity to remove this pawn. But now he's retreated. Magnus, he just needs to find a very simple tactic. Bring your bishop to the edge of the board, skewer, and win.
Wow.
It's just collapsed so quickly. 6-7 moves ago, I thought Anish had the advantage. I thought he was slightly better, no risk. But he let the bishops come to life. Never allow the bishops to spring to open diagonals. Keep the center blocked. That was what Anish should have done.
Is this Anish, not playing very good moves in this game, or is it Magnus just playing incredible?
Those two bishop retreats, those were incredible. Those were a real mark of genius. You spotted them as well, Jovanka. Okay, first he gives a check. I think then he'll find this tactic. Magnus Carlsen, there we go.
No
He's
doubt.
going to win a rook for piece now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Giri has not been at his best. Good opening, but the middle part of the game, letting himself down.
And at the same time, as it looks like Magnus Carlsen is winning another one. Look at game 2 between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Liam Le. The bar is way over to Liam's side. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda also unbeaten so far. Is he going to lose his very first game here?
Yeah, it looks very likely. Jovanka, you said you had some stats on the matchup between Duda and Le.
I had just noticed when I was researching their encounters that Liam Le is somewhat of Jan-Krzysztof Duda's kryptonite. I mean, in their encounters, Liam Le has always won.
Wow.
So, I mean, one event they went down to tie breaks. Liam Le won that encounter very convincingly. Another, and in the FTX, Duda fell 2.5 to Liam Le. So somehow or other, it just seems that Liam has kind of sussed out the style of Duda.
Yeah, it's funny how that works in chess. Every player, no matter how good, seems to have a nemesis.
Yeah, that's
and it's
true.
always because of certain styles. It's maybe it's the certain openings that the opponent employs that they don't feel comfortable in. And look at Duda. He looks devastated. He is falling to defeat. I just looked over at that game and, I mean, it's just one-sided traffic. Duda is 1 pawn down and he can barely move a piece. It's total domination for Liam Le in game 2 over there. And that's going to be huge for the tournament standings.
Yeah.
I mean, what a day it's been so far for Magnus. He's about to go 2-0 up against Giri. Liam Le is giving him a helping hand against his biggest rival. And yeah, Magnus is just going through the motions now. We did see White's bishop win the black rook. So White is now a rook for knight up. And yeah, just simplifying the position now. He's dropped back with his bishop. This is a bit of a flashy tactic by Magnus as well. He's forcing the bishops off the board. And when you're ahead of material, trade pieces. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Yep, I agree with you there. And whilst Anish is thinking about what to do, well, I can share with you a few selfies and a few chess pictures that kind of show the range of emotions of chess players. We have one from Cuckoo, our arbiter, setting up the board. I like it, the cat being the arbiter. And there we see bishop takes bishop. And the knight attacks the rook. And the second one is from Houska Meftahi, who says that my favourite chess picture is the proudest moment in my life when I won the Arab Junior Championship in the United Arab Emirates.
Whoa.
And that's so good. Yeah.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah. And then, OK, the rook now attacking the f-pawn. And then Sweden chess reminds me of what I look like when I'm playing chess. Could I look more bored? There I am playing in the Rilton Cup in Sweden, 2016. And we have a result.
It's over. Anish Giri loses the second game as well. Magnus Carlsen is now up by 2 points in the match against Anish Giri in San Francisco. Both of them rushing off. This only lasted 35 minutes. And this is huge drama for Anish.
Magnus, those bishop retreats, bishop d1, bishop c1, just beautifully played. You must be proud that you spotted it.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of often the way you want to use these bishops, that when he has loose pieces, they can be attacked. And the position after rook e8, it really, my intuition was telling me that there's something like, after bishop d1, it's maybe there's a defense, but it's super difficult. Like there's rook e7, but then his king has to go for a walk, which usually doesn't end well. So I think what happened here was that I misplayed the opening pretty badly, and then he clearly wanted to try and exploit that, but it wasn't so easy. I think it was still equal, so we went for this endgame where, I don't know, I think he became rattled after I went e5. At that point, I was happy. Like, I have the 2 bishops, I cannot lose, I shouldn't really be better, but yeah, the way he played was not good. He was trying to find, like, forcing way to draw, but it just ended up costing him instead.
It's insane how easy you're making this match look. Are you surprised you're 2 game points ahead?
Yeah, obviously. That's it's a bit surprising, but yeah, I'm happy with the fact that I'm finding some good moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And game 3 coming up. Is the approach going to be wrap up the match as soon as possible, or are you going to go for some fun?
I think he'll have to go all out, so we'll see.
All right, good luck.
And today's learning point is about the bishop pair, which did bring Magnus Carlsen victory against Anish Giri in this game. And Anish's big mistake was allowing the bishops to break free, allowing the center to become open. Here, black is a pawn up, and by locking down the center, for example, by pushing the pawn, he would have closed the position, and especially this bishop will take a while now to get back into the game. Here, black should be able to guide the game to safety. However, if we fast forward a few moves to the position that Magnus mentioned in his interview, it was around here, after the black rook came across, that these bishops showed off their dexterity. Here, these bishops look great, but they can be improved even further, and often retreating bishops is actually the way to reroute them. And Magnus showed that with this bishop retreat, trying to get to the b3 square, which would attack the black rook, and also this key f7 pawn, the biggest weakness in black's position. And after black's rook tried to cover that square, another bishop retreat, showing off here, dropping the bishop back, and look how many squares these bishops control from the starting rank. And black here tried to keep the rook alive, but the rook was actually surprisingly trapped on the first rank. Giri tried to find a safe square for it, but after a check, again showing the bishops coming to life suddenly, this was the killer blow. Bishop to a4 with a pin along this diagonal, and after the bishop is captured, black's rook is not protected anymore. Magnus got the material advantage and went on to wrap it up very nicely. Bishops are very powerful.
That means it's going to be must-win for Anish Giri in Game 3, starting in a little over 20 minutes. This is Game 2 between Wesley So and Pragg, both of them sitting in San Francisco. First game was a draw, and the bar is very much in the middle. In Game 2 as well, it's Wesley with the white pieces here. Could we see a winner in this game?
We could, but most likely it should be a draw with best play. It is material equality on the board. Black's king now shuffling off to the corner. I'm not even sure who I would pick here, Jovanka. White's far advanced b-pawn is maybe more of a weakness than a strength right now. But both kings relatively safe. Maybe I would prefer the white king in the corner rather than black's king. What do you think? Draw?
I do think that it ultimately will finish in a draw, but I think it's actually black who's on the back foot, primarily because of king safety. Because one of the golden rules I have about these particular positions is that you judge them on two main things, and that is piece activity and king safety. And I feel that just because the black pawn is sitting there on e6 as opposed to the f7 square, black's king is slightly more shaky.
Yeah, that is an isolated pawn, the black e6 pawn, and we could be about to see a result, actually. The players have found a contrived way to repeat the position. This is, again, the position we joined just 2 moves ago. And there, Pragg moved his king into the corner, the white queen slid across. Maybe we'll just see the status quo maintain itself. There's just no way to improve the position. White's queen and rook are kind of tied down, defending white's b-pawn. And likewise, black's queen and rook are tied down, attacking white's b-pawn. Just no pawn breaks, no passed pawns. Yeah, unfortunately, if white had a knight maybe, or a bishop, they could go for the black king. With just the heavy pieces, it's hard to do so.
Yes, it certainly feels hard because black's pieces are very active. So definitely, Wesley would have to gamble a lot. He'll have to gamble some material if he wants to keep the game going. And there we see the king slide back into the corner, and that's it. It's a draw.
A second draw, still tied after 2 games. Wesley So and Pragg in San Francisco. Game 3. Pragg will have the white pieces. It's starting in 19 minutes. Will we have some reactions from these two? They now have a quite long break. And as always, Wesley So goes to check out the other games. Well, the other game that is going on in San Francisco. Let's hear.
Pragg, 2 solid draws. Are you happy with the gameplay so far?
Yeah, I think game quality has been okay, like not too bad, and yeah, it's probably good. And yeah, I'm just happy that I didn't get under pressure in this game. Like I managed to equalize quite easily, and it's good.
You haven't been in any trouble so far, so you must be feeling confident about the match?
Yeah, in general, I'm confident. So yeah, I just hope to put some pressure on the game 3.
Good luck for the next one. Yeah, thanks.
This one is a dramatic one. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has won all his matches and hasn't lost a single game coming into game 2 here against Liam Lea. But is he losing this one?
Objectively, Black is winning, but we've jumped in at a moment where it could turn around if Liam is not careful. Let's do a quick count. Black is up a pawn, and more importantly, it's those 3 pawns on the left against 1 lone white pawn. And bishop, knight, it's not clear whose minor piece is better there, but it's all about whether Duda's e-pawn, that pawn next to the black king, can that run through? Can it be blockaded by Liam? If white can somehow create some distraction and win some material potentially for that white e6 pawn, then he's back in the game. But if he can't, then Black's pawns are going to decide. Black's simply just going to roll forward. The problem for Duda is it's very easy for Liam to play. Black just pushes his pawns. It's up to Duda to create something.
I do suspect that e-pawn isn't going anywhere, so maybe the bishop should actually change tack and start attacking some of Black's pawns there on the left. OK, the rook does the same job.
Yeah, the rook slides behind, but now you have to calculate really accurately. Can Black start pushing his pawns? And he's committed now, Liam. He's gambling that he can start pushing even more. And this Black b-pawn, it's 2 squares away from promotion. How do you stop it? I mean, the computer says, yes, Black has got the advantage, but it's not decisive yet. It's not completely winning. That means there is a way to stop this Black pawn, but how? White's bishop is struggling to get back in time to cover the promotion square on b1.
I see one fantastical way, but it doesn't even work. And
meanwhile, less than 10 seconds for Duda, and that Black pawn is 2 squares away. He needs magic here, Duda. He needs to move. He pushes. OK, he's attacking the Black rook. That gains a little bit of time. But what does it change?
It doesn't change anything because now that pawn is 2 squares away.
Yeah, he can push it now, for example, Liam. I think there is an idea for White's bishop to come back after a couple of checks and stop that Black pawn. But will we see it on the board in a moment? Liam's got 2 minutes. He needs to calculate. I think we have to show the idea because it on the surface, on the face of things, it looks like Black's about to make a new queen. But if he pushes now, if he gets too impatient and pushes this pawn forward, then White can save the day by giving a check, hitting the Black king. If the Black king retreats and takes this pawn, White's bishop is just in time to swoop back and cover this square. And likewise, if Black's king moves, maybe this is the secret, actually. Maybe this is what we'll see on the position. But I was going to say there's going to be a check, and when the Black king moves again, the bishop can come back to stop this pawn. But the position will get complicated here. Liam, he can, for example, make a new queen, deflect away this bishop, and win White's rook. And the big question is this endgame winning for Black? It would be a bishop and 3 pawns against rook and 2 pawns. It feels like it's close to winning, but it's not 100% sure. And that is the dilemma facing Liam right now. So we are seeing that variation play out on the board. White needs to get his bishop to this square to stop the Black pawn promoting, but you can't use the square yet. This square is covered by the Black king. So you need to give a check. Duda finds that, of course. The king moves. The reason I didn't suggest bring the rook back was because here Black, for example, has a few different moves, but could just take this pawn. The white rook cannot take the Black rook. It has to cover this square. This is getting mighty complicated, I've got to say, Jovanka.
Yeah, totally wild. And all the meantime, Duda has less than 10 seconds left, and he goes for your variation. And now we're expecting the pawn to promote and the bishop to be deflected.
Yeah, and if you don't play this, then White will have enough time to come back safely with the rook and go after the pawn. So I think you have to promote. I think you have to deflect away the white bishop and win this white rook. Just to show again, one more time, this variation after Black makes a new queen, White takes, White's rook drops, but the Black knight also sits on an unfortunate square and would fall. And this would be the key position. I just have a feeling, Jovanka, this type of position, even without White's b-pawn, is hard to win. For Black. So maybe Duda has a fortress, as we say. White's king can kind of sit and wait, and there might not be a way through for Black later on. That is the dilemma facing Liam. Does he go for this endgame, which might well be a draw, despite what the computer says? He goes for it. We will see this position on the board, or this material balance. Liam, for example, OK, he does take this pawn. This is the exact position we're going to see. And can Black win? This is also a bit of an annoying pawn to deal with long term. White's bishop and pawn keep each other perfectly safe for the rest of the game. Can Liam break through?
Yeah.
Might be a miracle save, I've got to say, from Duda.
Could be a huge moment in the tournament. Jan-Krzysztof Duda definitely fighting to win the tour finals.
I must say, I've never seen anyone at the top of world chess save as many hopeless positions as Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Every tournament, he seems to save just hopeless positions, material down, about to get checkmated. He's so resourceful, and he never gives up belief. He believes in his defensive skills, and that's a key trait.
That definitely is a key trait, but I think that Liam is playing in the right way. You know, he's cut the king off, and he's now approaching the position with his king.
This is the problem, though. You can never enter the light squares. And this is the defensive formation, even without white's b-pawn. I've seen this before. I think it might be a draw.
Wow.
I think this is what we call a fortress, where white's king and pawns hold the dark squares, white's bishop holds the light squares. This is textbook stuff, and Duda looks pretty confident. He's sped up. He's gained a lot of time on the clock. He was down at a few seconds just a few moves ago. What a save this would be. Liam, it's as if he's missed an open goal. When we joined it, it was already difficult, but earlier he had a clear win. He had full control, and he let Duda out.
Yeah. It's a shame, isn't it, that the king, there's no way in. I mean, can he try to loop round? Yeah. And the rook does move to the c-line.
Not doing anything, though. White's king can just wait. The white king can just move back and forth, back and forth. Just no way through towards those white pawns on the right side of the board. Yeah. There we go. Duda does just wait with his king. Yeah, this is really important stuff to remember for everyone at home as well. Even if you're rook for piece down, don't necessarily give up. If pawns are just on one side of the board, and here we're just looking at the right half where black has his potential winners, those two black pawns, then try to create what we call a fortress. Just as long as you don't let your opponent's king through to help the rook, then you should be able to hold the draw.
It's very instructive, like you say, how the white bishop controls light squares and the king does the blocking on the dark squares. Because to my eyes, I would just go, OK, well, this is almost winning for black. But now this is a critical moment. The king cannot be allowed to get to the g4 square. This is why we see a check. And Liam takes a step back. And Duda was onto a good thing. He's going to retreat his bishop to where it came from.
He kind of got lucky in a way, Duda. He was forced to find all these good moves, these saving moves, but he kind of blundered his way into a position where everything's perfect for white, the defensive setup. He already had white pawns on dark squares on this side of the board. He already had a light square bishop to complement them. His bishop and pawn on the other side defend each other. So he kind of got there by accident, but he found the ideal formation. Mm-hmm. And I don't think Liam's going to try too much more. There's simply no way through with the black king.
Yeah. So once again, we have proof that fortresses do exist. Magnus Carlsen even admitted to it earlier in the tournament.
Reluctantly, but he did admit to it.
He added some conditions, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He was like, well, hang on a second. And well, I'm expecting Liam to actually try and repeat the same thing, put the king to its best square, which is probably the e3 square, and then push a pawn. Push some pawns and try to harass the white king in that way. But like you say, it's just not getting anywhere as long as that bishop sits on that beautiful long diagonal.
Yeah, it's
there's
the power
no
of the
way
bishops.
through.
It's just like Magnus showed against Anish Giri. There it was the bishop pair combining together, taking away all the squares from the opponent's rook. Here it's white's light square bishop on its longest diagonal, just controlling all the entry squares that the black king wants to use. Bishops, yeah, that's just my favourite piece. Those light squared bishops especially. I don't know why, but they always survive longer. They always decide games. Bobby Fischer's favourite piece, remember? And yeah, now you can wait with the bishop. As soon as the black king goes far away from those white pawns on the right, you can just wait with the bishop. As soon as the black king comes nearer, you wait with the white king. And I don't think you can ever zugzwang your opponent. You can never kind of make white run out of waiting moves.
It's annoying, isn't it? These grandmasters, slippery creatures. Yeah. I do remember that quote from Simon Agnesteen. He said, to be a grandmaster, you have to just figuratively hit them over the board 15 times because they just keep getting back up. And we see it there from Duda, and he's so resourceful.
And meanwhile, Erigaisi does have his first win of the tournament.
Fantastic news for young Erigaisi. In the middle of the night in India, finally winning a game and taking the lead in the match against Mamedyarov. Yeah. Glad to see that he is getting some points. He's played some fantastic chess over the last few tournaments, but struggled the first 3 days here in the tour finals.
Maybe it's just acclimatization to that really late time control and I mean, playing up until 5, 6 a.m. in the morning, it's not easy for anyone, even if you've adapted your sleep pattern. So promising signs for Erigaisi fans.
Yeah.
And
maybe even a little tilt from Mamedyarov, who lost 3 games against Magnus yesterday.
It could be. I did follow those games just briefly, and yeah, Mamedyarov just not looking at his best.
Yeah.
I think Erigaisi's found a good strategy, though. He's not allowing Mamedyarov to attack him, and that is always step one against a genius like Shakriar.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we're back to the waiting game. White's bishop cutting the long diagonal, White's king holding the dark squares. White's pawn's holding the dark squares too. This is just a waiting move by Liam. Doesn't achieve anything at all, and White's king is just going to yo-yo back and forth, back and forth. Black's king can't get any closer. Wow, Duda. It feels like, I mean, from my experience in chess, if you can hold positions like this, you feel invincible. You think you'll never, ever lose. You might be dead lost, you save it, and suddenly your confidence skyrockets and you win the tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe it's written in the stars that we'll have that matchup, Magnus against Duda in the last day, to decide everything.
Absolutely. I was going to ask the question, if that bishop weren't anchored there on the c6 square, would it still be a draw?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think even without White's b pawn, I think I've seen that before. I think it is a draw.
Okay.
But don't quote me on it, because these endgames are so hard to evaluate.
Okay, and the king must not be allowed to the g4 square, so there we see a check. King goes to the center, and yeah, it's dawning on Liam. This is simply a textbook draw, as David says.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bonus that White's pawn and bishop protect each other, and they just sit there happily forever, take care of themselves. If a bishop has no safe squares, if a knight has no safe squares, they can never really fight against a rook. But if they have outposts, sometimes, and the rook moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, is there any hope, for instance, say if Black were to exchange of all the pawns and come in with the king and just say, hey, look at your king is cut off in the back row, and it's also in the wrong corner. And by the wrong corner, I mean it's in a corner the same color as the bishop. So this is not the best defensive setup.
Yeah, I guess White's king will start, as soon as those pawns disappear on the right half of the board, White's king will start running towards the black rook and start running into the opposite corner. Maybe we can show this on the board, because this game is likely to go on quite a lot longer, and yeah, I don't think any progress will be made. But for example, in the current position in the game, we see here, Liam does have the opportunity to trade off some sets of pawns. This won't help. For example, okay, he does go for this, and now if the king takes to try and sneak closer, White can stop the king coming by planting his bishop on this square, for example. Just, again, cutting the king off on the light squares. The white pawn holds the dark squares. And if Black gets impatient, then these pawns coming off the board here, let's assume White's pawn, it's irrelevant. Let's assume Black even wins it at some point. If White's king is stuck in this corner, as Jovanka says, you are losing. But if you can run to the other corner, let's make this happen somehow. Okay, I'm going to give Black this pawn. If you can hide in this corner as White, then you are safe no matter what. You can even plant your bishop back in front of the king, act as a shield. And due to stalemate ideas, it's impossible to get you out of this corner. It is just a draw. So even if everything goes right for Black, even if all of White's pawns disappear, it is still a dead draw.
But we're going to see it happen, actually. Well, something similar.
We might well do. So this is the game position if we go back. There is a big threat on the board, the king to come forward, but Duda cuts that one off. He cuts across this diagonal. The bishop is hit, but you can just move this bishop safely anywhere, any safe square on the diagonal. And the dance continues. Anytime the pawn is attacked, you can just move your bishop back, defend. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just no way in for this Black king. There's just no path through. This pawn alone, it looks so weak, but there's no way to win it.
Yeah, and I'm just now I've got the table base up now that a set of pawns have left the board, and I can see draw. Barring White doing something really crazy like putting the bishop on a square where the king can take it, it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, so again, the Black rook is chasing this bishop now. I think you just need to keep the guard over this diagonal. So, for example, planting it on this square, or maybe even the whole way back, and it should still be a draw. Jovanka, I'd be fascinated to see is the position still a draw without White's b-pawn? Maybe we can check that.
I will set that up.
because I have a feeling it might be a draw even without this pawn, which would be, I mean, really heartbreaking for endgame aficionados everywhere. It feels like a rook should beat a bishop, but unfortunately not here. And wow, Duda lets the king in. This is surprising, I've got to say, but it should still hold.
Very calm stuff.
Very calm
for Duda to suddenly switch the defense. And I'm going to check.
Yep. Duda holding everything together. For example, if there's a check, the white king is actually going to move forward and it's going to start running towards its pawn to try and help shepherd this one through. Duda's not happy to just passively defend. Wow, he's even given up this pawn. He's taking some risks, but it is a controlled risk. Now, black's pawn is running, but notice how it promotes on a square covered by white's bishop. Meanwhile, the race has begun, but white is just in time in this race to push forward with his own pawn. And this pawn will cost black his rook. The black pawn will cost white his bishop. We're going to end up with king versus king.
Yeah. Yes. And David, in answer to your question, yes, it should be a draw.
Yep, that early position.
Yeah, but white would have to tread very carefully.
Yeah. And this one, I don't think you need to tread too carefully anymore. Duda's just doing some last-minute calculation to make sure he doesn't blunder. Very logical stuff. Very good practical tip for everyone. Just sit on your hands, count down to the end, especially if there's not many pieces left on the board, you can work things out.
But here I have to say, I mean, there is a margin of error here. It is possible for Duda to go wrong. And this move is very good. It's a draw. Keeping an eye on the pawn.
And yeah, the black pawn, if it ever advances, will just be eliminated by the white bishop. White can give up his bishop now, just focus on pushing his pawn forward. But, OK, Liam's coming back with the king.
Ooh, and only one move to draw. Everything else will lose. In order to win, in order to draw, white has to push the b pawn.
Yeah, unfortunately for Liam, it's the most obvious move in the position, and he doesn't play it. Wow.
What does that mean?
It means black is winning. OK, all black needs to do is he must forget about the pawn on the h line, and he must dash to the left side with the king.
Run towards that white pawn with the black king. If you can stop white's pawn, yeah, save your pawn for later. Save the black pawn to tie down white's bishop. This move makes no logical sense for Duda. He's trying to block off the black king, but now white's pawn is immobilized. It can no longer advance.
It kind of seems like Duda realizes he's a little bit nervous now.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to be over clever about it. He's trying to be too sophisticated. But why not just push your pawn? You were 2 squares away from promoting. And now we're expecting blacks. Oh, he doesn't find it, Liam. And now we are definitely headed towards a draw. White's bishop is going to take this pawn. I think we have to show what the win was in that position, because it would have decided the game on the spot. Now we're in for a long haul. Rook versus bishop. It's a dead draw, though. Here, Liam could have won. He didn't have enough time maybe to calculate, or at least he didn't use enough time. He could have just won by marching his king over to win this pawn. If you march the king across, what can white do? If white tries to, again, support the king running forward, then there would be a check. The white king is forced in front of its own pawn, essentially, and then the black king comes back. And, yeah, it will be possible at some point to round up this pawn, and I think black would just win. But instead, he didn't look to bring his king across the board. He could have just slowly, calmly marched. He should have at least calculated this. Instead, after giving up his pawn, now this endgame, it's... Yeah, you can play on for 50 moves, but it is a draw. White's king will just hide on dark squares. The bishop will cover the light squares. It will check the black king any time it comes closer. And we'll see a dance around here for a long, long time. But another defensive idea that Jovanka mentioned, if the white king at some point can just run into the dark square corner, or one of the 2 dark squared corners, it's an easy draw. You can just hold the defense there. Why rush, though? Because in the center, you'll never get checkmated either.
Incredible. He said his biggest strength in chess is luck, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And that could be such a huge moment in the tour finals, giving Duda a chance to still win it.
Yeah, it's just the self-belief. Sometimes you just have to trust your position, even if you're making bad moves. If you act confident, if you play kind of aggressive moves all the time, even if they're not the best, sometimes you get rewarded. And Liam, he did have 1.5 minutes, and he didn't calculate. I mean, he just gave up his pawn, which basically is the same as giving up your winning chances. Black's pawn was the only potential winner to make a new queen.
Now, is this now dead draw? Is there actually no way to win it?
There's no way unless you get a helping hand from your opponent. basically Liam needs to force white's king into one of the light squared corners, so either h1 or a8. But how are you ever going to force white's king into the corners? It takes an age to do that. And here we go. Dude is going to hide his king on dark squares. Yeah, I've actually seen the top players in the world on the tour in the past. They've not even tried to win rook versus bishop because it's so drawn.
Yeah, and like you say, I mean, it's an impossible task to ferry that king over to the light squares corner. And there you go. We see it. It's a draw.
It is a draw. Wow, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He was about to lose this game against Liam Le, but it is a draw. They are still tied after 2 games. Still a chance for Duda to win this match. What a save. What a save by the young Polish player who is fighting with Magnus Carlsen, who is playing from San Francisco, to win the tour finals. What a beautiful city and what a lively city. 4 players sitting in shack 15 under the fog in San Francisco. I remember these buildings from Full House, one of my favorite TV shows. Here are the results so far today in the matches. 2 draws between Prague and Wesley So in San Francisco. They are tied. So is Liam Le and Jan-Krzysztof Duda after 2 games. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he is down by 1 point, losing game 2 to Arjun Erigaisi. And then Anish Giri in huge trouble against Magnus Carlsen. He has to win game 3 and game 4, Anish Giri, to take this to tie breaks. The game has started. Magnus with the black pieces, Anish with the white pieces. And he has done it before. He did win 2 in a row against Prague to make that comeback, Anish. What do you think now?
Yeah, I mean, chances maybe will be slim, but he just has to keep the tension. He has to keep believing, and he has to hope that Magnus Carlsen falls into the same trap that Prague did a couple of days ago of playing passively. Magnus, though, he's extremely experienced in these situations when he only needs a draw, and he's gone back to his favourite opening repertoire. It's the Sicilian defence, and this is a very trendy variation. In something very similar, we saw a huge clash last season when Magnus sacrificed his queen against Giri and won a beautiful game. So, yeah, here we see Giri stepping forward with the pawn. He's already castled and rearranged his pieces on the first rank white. And now he's getting ready to step forward in the centre. But this is still quite well-known stuff, I believe.
Yep.
And we will see white gain space in the centre, but black now will strike back. There we go. We see a trade of pawns and locking down the middle of the board. If white steps forward now, we could see something reminiscent of the first game of the day with Anish Giri playing almost a French defence type structure. But, of course, white isn't obliged to step forward and commit there. White could stay a bit more flexible.
Yeah, and I have to say, pushing the pawn forward, though, is the most natural and the most popular move. And I suspect that Anish will play like that. Another alternative is just simply to develop the knight on b1, move it to c3, and Anish, well, he goes for the most natural-looking move. And now Magnus castles the king. And again, Anish has many options. He can develop the knight, as he's done. Another option was just to actually pick up the pawn in front of the king and move it 1 square, just to control the circuit of the knight sitting on g6.
Yeah, so although this game started as a Sicilian defence, it's essentially transposed into the French defence. At least the pawn structure in the middle of the board is blocked, just like it was in the first game, and that's where the players will be using pattern recognition. Remember, Magnus used the French defence in game 1, and this pawn structure arises from the French advance time and time again. So here it's all about whether black can break out. Black needs to fight against white's centre sooner rather than later. Otherwise, black's pieces are just very cramped. Black is just stuck on his first 2 or 3 ranks at the moment, while white's knights are coming forward. White will be able to bring bishops forward, pawns forward. It's up to Magnus in order to fight back. And I do like the opening choice by Giri, I've got to say. He's achieved everything he could hope to achieve against Magnus. He's got all the pieces on the board. There's only been a trade of 1 set of pawns and a lot of tension. Big questions for the Norwegian to answer.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm seeing an interesting battle between what has actually been played and the computer's top recommendation.
Oh.
So what has actually been played is like black has often felt very uncomfortable and just lashed out, just picked up the f-pawn and challenged white's pawn center. But the computer isn't necessarily a fan of this approach, and it kind of is like, no, you're committing things too early, and instead actually recommends that Magnus should actually just play the knight to h4 and just say, let's trade off some pieces. but hardly anyone has ever played like this.
Oh.
Wow, yeah. I mean, it's not an obvious move to see because you've already moved this knight twice as black. To get it to this square, it looks like it's a decent defensive square, and then to move it for a third time just to trade off for the opponent's knight. Yeah, it's not maybe intuitive. However, if you think logically, with this pawn structure, black is a bit cramped. These two pawns are further back than the two white pawns in the center. Therefore, you're cramped, and you should be aiming to exchange pieces. That's the logic. If you have less space, swap off pieces. If you have more space, keep pawns, keep pieces on the board. But he doesn't go for either of those two ideas. The more I look at it, the more I think he should have done. He should have taken this opportunity to trade off, because after this bishop move, now the other idea that you mentioned, Jovanka, might come into effect. White could just step a pawn forward, and now this knight is never going anywhere. Into the white half especially, it's two squares are controlled, and Giri does find that move. Not only have you controlled the black knight, but you're getting ready to play the most trendy idea in modern chess. You're getting ready to push Harry the H-pawn forward, and there's a target for that pawn, this black knight. If it's kicked, it doesn't have any escape squares apart from in the corner. And I don't think you ever want to put the black knight in the corner of the board.
Yeah, it would take a special type of person to voluntarily put that knight there.
Knights on H8, you've got to hate.
Oh, very good, David. I have to say, the opening tree is telling me that black's most popular move is actually to break open the white pawn center with f6. Another idea is actually just to develop the queen.
Now he does it.
And now he does it, yeah.
Yeah, I think he had to before it was too late, before he got steamrolled by the white pawn coming forward. So he had to put pressure on white center. That's good chess wisdom again. And OK, after a trade of pawns, I was expecting the black bishop maybe to capture, just to put some pressure on white central pawn. But Magnus says no, he's going to take with the rook. And he might be lining up for something that we call a thematic exchange sacrifice in chess. If white gives enough time, for example, pushes a pawn, then sooner or later, Magnus could consider giving up his rook for a knight. I'm not sure whether you want to rush that now, but it is on the radar. The whole idea is, yes, you've given up a rook for knight, but you win white's central pawn. And long-term, black has two pawns in the center which could start marching down the board. Here, I still feel that white is active enough to have the advantage. On material, you're 1 point up, but watch out for that sacrifice later in the game.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you, David, no one. I mean, there only had been 3 games in the database, and not one person had taken that pawn with a rook. Everyone else had played the most natural move, which is bishop takes. And yeah, you can see that the bar is maybe not in favour of this whole choice.
Yeah. I really like white's position. I've got to say, I've played these positions my whole career from the white side. The reason I like white is because this is a weakness. It's a backward pawn. If you're careful, it will never, ever step forward. And if it doesn't step forward, then it's a clear target. But also, the square in front of it, we mentioned, this is a potential outpost for white's knights. If you can eliminate the 2 black knights, if you can somehow push these guys back or trade them off, perhaps, for white's bishops, then later on, white's knight has a perfect home in the center of the board where it will control everything. So Magnus is the one playing dynamically. Long-term, black's position is riddled with weaknesses. And black will play dynamically in a fashion that we mentioned, either by sacrificing on the square or by maybe lining up with his queen along the f-file. He needs to play for the attack. White has an isolated pawn, but it's a very nice pawn controlling a lot of squares right now. So I'm expecting Giri to bring his bishop out to try and centralize all his pieces. Another move I would rush to play would be to put my bishop to defend this really loose piece on f3. And from there, you slowly start to build up. It's just about containing black's activity.
Yeah. I agree, David. And I've also played this type of position, and I've really hated it on the black side because primarily it's all to do with that light square bishop that you mentioned. You know, it's such a bad piece. And Anish, he seems to be in a very direct mood today, and he's like, OK, I'm going to attack the rook. Rook takes a step back, and now we see a trade of bishops. So Anish is just saying, well, I'm going to just make those trades and make sure that those dark squares around the center are terminally weak for you, Magnus.
Yep, and Giri's idea makes a lot of sense. It did cost a bit of time, but he's traded off white's potentially worse bishop. White's dark square bishop didn't have a safe home, didn't have an active post, so he's traded off that piece for black's dark square bishop, which covers that outpost that we mentioned on e5. So now, if you compare the remaining pieces on the board, white's light square bishop, good piece, controls a lot of squares, and black's light square bishop, a bad piece. The nightmare scenario for black here would be to be left in a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. So if black's knight disappeared, black would just be left with that horrible bishop, stuck defending its own pawns, unable to get active. And okay, Magnus dancing around with his knights meanwhile.
Is he in a little bit of trouble in this game, Magnus?
Positionally, strategically, he's in a lot of trouble, but he's active enough for now to compensate for that. So the problem for Giri is taking advantage of this situation. It's very much long-term. It will need a lot of accurate moves. It will need nerves of steel to control this for 20, 30 moves and only then take advantage later.
I do feel that Magnus's activity is enough to kind of be slightly worse. And this pressure that Magnus has against White's d4 pawn is enough just to tie Anish's rooks down. And Magnus just making an improving move, giving a safe square to the king. Giri, well, he's playing by the textbook, centralizing his rook.
Yeah. He is unbeaten so far in the tournament. Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri will have to change that if he's going to win the match today. Magnus Carlsen's tour rating right now is 2891, and his performance rating is only 3015 in this tournament.
Oh, only.
Slacking.
Not quite God yet.
But that's incredible. Over 3,000 in performance rating with the top players in the world.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's not as if he's just racking up wins against a bunch of bunnies. He's literally competing against the top rapid players, the top speed players in the world. And so far, he's made it look very simple. I mean, it could have been more even. Magnus has let a few half-point slip here and there by a couple of careless moves. But yeah, he's looking very composed, very calm.
He's doing all the right things. He just knows what squares to put the pieces on. And whilst Anish is considering how he's going to try to maximize his position, well, we did ask today that our viewers share with us their favorite chess pictures. And Robert Dalton says, shows us one. There's a pawn starting at the bottom of the board. Ambition.
Yeah. We love the pawns.
We do definitely like that piece.
Yeah. Some nice pictures, you guys. Thank you so much for sharing, and keep them coming. Right now, it's Magnus Carlsen thinking he's digging the music as well. We're going to go to San Francisco, where all the action is happening today. Tanya, are you guys having fun?
We're having so much fun because it looks like Magnus, for the first time, might be in a bit of trouble today. But can Anish actually crack this position or not? We'll find out. He's got to give it all he's got, because otherwise it's match over. And for all the chess discussions going on in our mix zone, we've got a special guest with us. It's a local chess enthusiast, and we've got Drew with us joining. Hey, Drew, how are you doing?
Hi there. How's it going?
Well, as you can see, it's quite a tense day here. Are you enjoying the chess?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's really great to see all these personalities in person for the first time. I've just got back to chess a couple years ago, and already Magnus has been in the same room as me, so it's super exciting.
Who's your favorite chess player?
I'm gonna go with that's actually, I was not ready for that, but let's go with. I was just talking about Grishik recently, and he's a super entertaining player, and so yeah, he's probably. I'll put Grishik down for now.
Very interesting. I was thinking you were going to go with Wesley, considering he is the local hero right now, playing inside in that room right here.
Oh yeah, Wesley's great, and it's super exciting that we get to have local talent here in the tournament, and it's definitely exciting chess here as well. So.
100%. And I have to ask you, I mean, there's so many strong chess players from the Bay Area. You've got Sam Shanklin, there's Christopher Yu, Daniel Naroditsky, but there's also a big casual chess scene here. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we've actually started up this summer. A few of us have been playing a lot of park chess and playing for a couple hours on the weekend. And we have our own Discord, and people come play chess for 2 or 3 hours. And we've actually had people. There's a lady who's over 80 years old who grew up playing chess in Soviet Russia, and she plays with us. So there's another guy who played chess in prison and up in San Quentin, and he's out of prison now, and he comes and brings prison chess to the Virginia Green on the weekends, and so that's a lot of fun too. So good characters all around, and I've been meeting a lot of great people here in San Francisco playing chess.
So many cool stories. And Drew, finally, I want to ask you, who is the big chess hero for the chess community here in the Bay Area?
I would say Elliot Winslow from the is an IM in Tuesday night marathons, and he's done a great job annotating all of our classical games, and so a big shout out to him for all of his work that he does, putting together and annotating all of the games that we play every week at the Mechanics Institute on Tuesdays. So shout out to him.
Awesome, thanks a lot, Drew. Chess Fever is on in San Francisco.
Definitely seems like San Francisco is the place to be to play some interesting chess. I love the stories from Drew there, gathering a bunch of people, even 80 years old people who've been to prison to play chess. What a great game it is. Just gathering people all around the world.
Yeah, it breaks boundaries.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, while we were chatting there, while Tanya was chatting, he's been thinking the whole time.
Wow.
4-minute think, and I really like this night retreat, I've got to say, Jovanka, from Anish Giri. Do you think Magnus is feeling the pressure?
Yeah, he's certainly anticipating what Anish is going to be doing next, because that knight has a purpose. You know, it's going to spring over to the f4 pawn and start prodding at some weak pawns there on e6, and also those light squares. And wow, Magnus reacts with that in a very direct way. He says, well, you cannot put your knight there, and I'm prepared to weaken my king. And I think this is quite a sensible choice, actually, because after all, White's pieces are all on the back row, so they're not going to attack the black king that easily. So, wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'm very impressed too. I think Magnus had to choose this because, as you say, if he'd taken a time out, maybe improved the white queen, then sooner or later the black knight is just going to leap forward, and the white knight, sorry, yeah, and I mean, there's ideas of attacking the queen. This pawn is eternally weak. This outpost in the center, you could plant one knight here. You could maybe later on plant the other knight there as well. Just occupy this square. Now it's more difficult for Anish to kind of find the ideal squares for his pieces. This pawn push does also hint that you can threaten to kick away this knight over the next few moves. So I'm wondering whether Anish will stop this idea. Ideally, you want to maybe retreat the white knight and reroute it again back into the center. This is the dream destination for one of the two white knights. This is the outpost that can never, ever be challenged. But the problem is you do have to calculate, for example, a pawn being pushed. And now maybe this pawn in the center will be lost after the white knight has to move. So, also, there are ideas, for example, again, of the queen coming forward, some pressure on this pawn. So I'm just wondering, does Anish take a timeout here just to push a pawn to stop black from advancing any further? It feels a bit slow somehow. It's kind of a reluctant move if you play it. You don't really want to be reacting. You want to be the one initiating. So what can white play? It crossed my mind as well to push this pawn, but it looks too weakening.
Me too.
Maybe it's possible.
I must admit, David, I was thinking, well, if black can weaken the king, why can't white? And I push the knight back.
Yeah, kick this knight away. As soon as this knight retreats, at least there's less pressure on your central pawn, so you're more flexible. And the white knight, which we said was lacking a clear route into the center, at least you have a nice home for it. You don't really weaken your king in a way because, yes, you've pushed forward with your pawn, but you've got three great defensive pieces around the white king. And it's the black king which is lacking defenders.
Yeah, no, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm thinking that this is the move that Anish should play.
Yeah.
Direct action.
I agree. And later on, you can kind of hint that you'll start chipping away, eroding black's pawn chain on this side. If the black pawns disappear, black's king is just completely open. It's, it looks very logical, actually, the more I look at it. But it does take a bit of courage. It's not a typical kind of everyday maneuver, just pushing your pawn forward. It's something that we saw on day one of this tournament with Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, where they both pushed these pawns, and for a moment it was risky for both sides. But yeah, right now it looks very logical for Anish. I don't think he should waste time with any kind of cautious, preventative measures. I think it's time to take action now.
I agree, David. Now's time for active measures. It's not the time to be waiting around. And
okay, he does wait, however, he drops his knight back. This makes a lot of sense long-term, strategically. You want to reroute your knight, but Now there's serious pressure against this pawn in the middle. Now, maybe the moment has passed. As soon as the black queen comes forward, there's a 3-piece attack on this pawn. It's defended 3 times as well, but it does mean that the white's pieces are tied down to the defense. You can never really step into the ideal central square with white either, because this pawn would just drop. So you can't find a route in.
Yeah. I do feel Magnus will just automatically make that queen move, because it's what every French player is taught. You know, you put the pressure on white's weak point. You fight white's activity with activity in return.
Yeah, and Magnus will put some pressure on this pawn. It does feel like Anish, he's playing it safe, but he's in a must-win situation, remember. And okay, Magnus doesn't play it safe.
Okay.
Okay, Magnus is the one taking risks suddenly. Instead of bringing the queen to a very nice defensive and active square, he pushes this pawn forward, kicking the white knight into the square it wanted to use anyway. And I mentioned that this is tempting for black because you can win white's central pawn, but suddenly black's king is very, very open. Suddenly black's pawns start to fall as well. And yeah, I'm worried here for Magnus's king. Knight takes pawn would be a threat. Okay, Anish, it feels like he's been given a second opportunity to get active. And right now, this is the position. I don't think you have time to take this pawn. Simply this pawn and this pawn, these 2 weaknesses in front of the black king, they're up for grabs immediately. You have to be really careful there.
All right, drama. Anish Giri, he has to win this game. Do you think he will?
After that move, maybe. If Magnus is forced to just trade off white's central knight, then that white knight is replaced by white's rook, and white's pieces are suddenly pouring forward. I mean, I said this was on the cards for black, but I think you needed to prepare it first.
Yeah.
It feels like Magnus just jumped the gun slightly.
I agree with you there, David. I'm surprised, actually. It wasn't a move I suspected, especially when Magnus just needs to draw to secure the match. Why play in such a risky fashion? And there you go, he captures the knight. It's just too dangerous to allow the white knight to capture the pawn. And now I'm just expecting rook takes knight, unless there's some tactical ploy, but there isn't.
Yeah, you definitely want to take with a piece on this central square, regain this black knight with a piece. If you take with the white pawn, yes, you solve the problem of your isolated pawn, but suddenly the white pieces will be blocked. White's rooks, white's queen. I think you need to maintain this outpost.
Yeah.
Take with a piece. Unless we're missing something, like you say, it has to be tactical. Strategically, you take back this knight instantly with the white rook. I mean, you want to maintain control over that square. Don't block up your own major pieces.
No, and it's also the way to fight against a weak pawn. The pawn on e6, that's a backward pawn. That is a sitting target. So you want to make sure you control the square in front of it with a piece. It's kind of like this Nimzovich saying, which is like control, you restrain, you destroy.
Yeah.
And we like our brutal terms in chess.
Yeah, and it's just so logical to take with the rook. And okay, he's got a lot of time on the clock, but he spent a minute on maybe the most obvious recapture. I mean, this one is automatic. In blitz, if you give this this position to Anish, he'll play rook takes knight instantly, 1 second. I think if you give it to him in a bullet game, he'll play rook takes knight instantly. Why would you take with the pawn?
He must be brewing on a bigger plan then.
Yeah. I think he's not trusting his instincts. Maybe it's because his confidence is a bit low after losing 2 games today already. He's second-guessing himself, and he could save this one nearly 2 minutes now. He could save that for later.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so surprising. White's rook can get active. Take that knight off the board.
I agree.
I don't understand.
I also don't understand either. I mean, I'm just looking at the computer assessments. Rook takes knight. That's a no-brainer. Pawn takes knight. You're just going to go back into equal territory. So don't do that. But why is Anish thinking?
Over 2 minutes. He's just frozen, and he's giving Magnus more time to think. Magnus was actually in a bit of time trouble already. Magnus has a lot of weaknesses to deal with, but Anish, by stopping for 2.5 minutes, he's really boosting Magnus's chances of holding this position. Let's jump in to explain why we're so confused, why we're so shocked right now. Black has just captured a knight on this square, and it's automatic. You just take with a rook. Later, this square can act as a launching pad either for white's rook, white's queen, white's knight. You want to save this outpost in front of a backward, isolated pawn. You want to save it for later, this square. If you take with the white pawn, Yes, you've solved the issue of your weakness on d4, but look at white's rook. It's just blocked by its own pawn. Look at white's queen and rook. They're just staring at a well-fortified pawn, and he does take
He
with
takes
the
a pawn.
It makes no logical sense. The only thing I can justify this pawn capture with is maybe long-term he wants to use his knight on this square, but black's covering that square with his own knight. Look at black's pieces. Suddenly they're pouring forward. This was not possible. Black's bishop is now active, but this was not possible if white had taken with his rook. The black bishop is eternally tied down to the defense of this weak pawn. Anish Giri, he's broken all the traditional rules we talk about there. You mentioned Nimzovich, Jovanka, who wrote a great book, who kind of formed modern positional chess understanding, and he's gone against all of that. Knight takes knight, pawn takes. Yes, he wants to get his knight in, but after this bishop move, he pushed his pawn forward. What is this knight doing? Suddenly, if it ever moves, if it moves to either of these two squares, the black bishop, which is the worst piece on the board, would just trade itself off for the white knight happily, and black is left with a nice piece on f5.
Yeah.
And now Magnus is trading off queens. He's going towards the endgame. It's just all gone wrong for Anish. He's just, this is one of the most bemusing, confusing decisions I've ever seen, I must admit. Just in terms of strategy, the top players, they're also good at that part of the game normally.
Yeah.
Now, if the queens disappear, look at black's pieces. Black's rook is ready to enter the position. Black's knight, you can never, ever get rid of it. White's pieces are just passive.
And black has a protected passed pawn. Let's not forget that.
True. In the endgame, this is going to be a monster. You've just let it run. Earlier, it was blocked.
Yeah. It just seems to be the Magnus effect. Like, Anish somehow doesn't seem to be just playing in the way that we know that he can play.
And now it jumps up for Magnus.
And it's unsurprising. I mean, just take a look at black's pieces. They've just launched themselves forward. The rook is on its perfect line. I mean, this is like a sacrifice brewing on the f2 square. Oh.
And just the fact that the evaluation bar has shot up means that black has a winning move. And that can't be to do with just retreating your bishop. Anish has just attacked this bishop. If you step it back, probably black is still doing great, still with an active rook on this second line. But, I mean, just the fact that the evaluation bar shot up, oh, wow. OK, black has not just one winning move. That's the big shock. Black has 3 winning moves, at least, maybe even more. And it's all to do with moving this black knight out the way. The best move is apparently to sacrifice this knight for a pawn. Even if you just retreat this black knight, the second best move, you are winning. You can also give it up on a different square, but the whole idea is that you're crashing through. Remember the last game? Magnus, he crashed through on Anish's f7 square. Anish's f7 square as black in the previous game was the weakness. Now his f2 square is the weakness. Lightning has struck twice, and Magnus finds the best move. Of course he does. He doesn't even retreat his knight. He doesn't keep it safe. He gives up his knight for the pawn. And the whole idea is if the knight is captured, disaster. Rook takes pawn. Capitulation on the second rank. Breakthrough. And checkmate is coming.
Yeah.
The white bishop alone cannot hold the fort. If the white bishop retreats, the black queen just slides across, and she's going to join her 2 rooks. And this poor king is just completely cut off on the first rank. Look at black's rooks, the power of them.
And look at white's rooks.
Look at white's rooks.
I mean, look at the white's pieces all on the back row. This is... Anish is going to be so disappointed with his showing.
It turned so quickly. He had a dominant position with a natural move. Computer gave nearly +1 for white. 3-4 moves later, it says black is winning, and you're getting checkmated. So that's why you've got to follow strategy. You can't break the rules. You can't just freestyle. Can't just make things up as you go along, because you will get punished, especially against someone like Magnus. And he still has 5.5 minutes on his clock. It's a bad day for him. It's the Magnus effect.
This could be Magnus Carlsen's 7th win in a row.
Wow. 3-0 yesterday, 3-0 today.
Yeah, and he also won game 3 on the day before that.
But it feels like in this one that maybe it wasn't necessarily Magnus's amazing play. It just feels like Anish just imploded. It all went wrong with him. He kind of somehow just had a very bad day at the office.
But this is the thing. So Anish, he's a great opening specialist. We know he's released several very successful chessball courses. He's taught this new generation how to play the opening. And the problem is he doesn't focus on the rest of his game as much. The top players, they play lots of blitz. They kind of solve lots of endgame studies. They work on endgames. And Anish, he's good at that stuff, of course. But game 1 today, he had a winning advantage against Magnus in the opening. A few moves later, he was lost. Game 2, he had a slight advantage as black in the opening. A few moves later, he was lost. Here, he had a clear advantage with white in the opening. 5 moves later, he's dead lost. It's like, it's clear what the weakness is. I mean, I've had patterns in my own career where I'm losing lots of games in the same way every time. It's always the middle game, always certain types of positions, always certain type of attacking opponents. And you have to work on these things. You can't just study the opening and say, okay, I'll survive the opening, I'll have an advantage out the opening. It's not enough. You need more.
I can understand the temptation, though, just working on what you're really good at.
Exactly.
And then I'll save the middle game for later.
Well, someone described that kind of strategy to me as developing a claw. You know, you have a big claw that you just thump your opponents with. You know, that could be your opening, could be your end game, could be your grinding. And then, you know, and you work on this until you become the best in the world. So that's one strategy. But as David says, it does leave you open up to other aspects of the game. And here, I suspect my explanation for why things turned out this way for Anish is because he wanted to win so much. He really wanted to give Magnus a big fight. And if you look at a lot of his errors in these last 3 games, they've been forced errors. You know, by forced errors, I mean that he's been forcing moves. He's been very direct. He's been forcing Magnus to fight in a certain way. And that just hasn't worked out.
Yeah, and in a way, Magnus has sussed him out, Anish. Magnus's score against Anish in recent years is just huge. So he knows Anish's psychological weaknesses. He knows his tendencies, his preferences. And remember, at the top level, they've used that word themselves in interviews, universal. You have to be able to play all types of positions, all types of openings, and make all types of decisions according to the one moment. But Anish, he's trying to follow this template of success, which just doesn't work against the likes of Magnus. It works against 99.9% of chess players, but at the very top level, yeah, it's just, I think that's one area of his game. If I were his coach, at least, I would say, okay, yes, you're great in the opening. You don't need to work on that anymore. You've mastered it. Just work on kind of middle game decisions, strategic decisions, playing on the front foot, putting these players under long-term pressure, not just forcing them to find good moves. Like you said, Anish has forced Magnus to find these good moves. It's not as if he made it difficult. It's not as if he said, okay, you've got a narrow path, you have to find an only move to survive. No, Magnus had plenty of winning opportunities, as we saw in that last turn.
Yeah, and then you can see the look on Anish's face as he contemplates his position and wonders, how can he survive? But he cannot survive this position. It's just in tatters.
Yeah, and I feel harsh, but I was going to maybe show, let's bring up the analysis board just while Anish ponders whether to resign or not. But I was going to show just the endgame of the last battle between these two. So this was the final position of game 2. If you remember, he resigned here because white's rooks are crashing in on this f7 square. And now let's flick through to the current position. And he's about to resign now because black's rooks are coming in, to crash through on the f2 square. So it's basically the same pattern. Yes, this is more complicated with more pieces on the board, more complicated middle game, but it's the same pattern. It's just the same weakness, just with colours reversed. So Magnus has pinpointed, the weak spot in the enemy camp, and he's about to crash through. The problem is you can't defend this pawn. There's literally no way to defend it, and you have a choice of 2 pieces to take, this bishop or this knight, but no matter which piece, rook takes pawn, and you can never allow 2 rooks to form a battery like this along the second rank. They're targeting the bishop. The bishop has no safe squares. And it's going to be checkmate any moment. And let's go back to Anish. It looks like he put his hand on his mouse. He's about to make a move. Or is he about to click the resign button? Because it is that hopeless.
I think we're going to have to use Simon's tagline, just resign now. I mean, the problem is, okay, he takes the bishop, but we're fully expecting Magnus to pick up his rook on f8 and capture the pawn on f2 and just ask the question to Anish, what are you going to do about your bishop?
Yeah, and Magnus leaning forward. It looks like he was getting ready to celebrate this victory. Anish down at 30 seconds as well. He throws his knight in the way, but this won't save the day. This knight can be captured by the black rooks. It can even be captured by black's knight, I think. I mean, you're giving up material here, if anything, so black will be up on material and attacking.
Looks like
plus 21.
Yeah, Looks like it's going to be a short day again for, well, both of them. Magnus Carlsen about to win game 3 out of 3 against Anish Giri. Anish Giri struggling here really today and also yesterday. He is the king of Twitter though, and he is great at selfies. And we are asking you guys to share chess pictures and chess selfies. How are you watching the show? Who are you watching with? Maybe you are together with some friends. Maybe you are at school. Maybe you are at work. What are you doing? We want to see how you guys are following the chess. So please share using hashtag #ChessChamps on Twitter.
And if you're watching from school, please do it during your break time. We don't want you to get into trouble.
Chess is never trouble. Chess is always a good idea.
I saw a very cool picture this morning on Twitter where someone was at a concert and the person in front of them was playing chess.
I have a feeling they didn't spend their own money on tickets for that concert.
And there we see the rook capture the knight.
Yeah, this is the safe approach. I was expecting Magnus to go for something a bit more flashy. At least now one of the rooks can be removed from the board, so there won't be that immediate breakthrough against the white king. Okay, Anish has kind of tricked Magnus in a small way. That was very clever by Anish to survive, but the problem is you're not surviving for long. Now, rather than the second rank breakthrough, it's going to be the first rank. Black's rook challenging White's rook. You cannot take now. You cannot trade off those rooks because Black's queen would swoop down, recapture, and that would end in checkmate on rank 1. So, okay, everything disappears, and at the very end, Black's going to be a few pawns up.
Yeah, he's so clinical. He's not giving Anish a single chance. And bearing in mind that Anish is in a must-win situation, he's just put that nail in the coffin.
Yeah, we will see everything get exchanged. The queens are about to disappear. Magnus will emerge 3 pawns ahead, and Anish throws in the towel and resigns.
Handshake. 3 wins for Magnus, and it's over. He wins the match. Horrible day for Anish Giri in San Francisco, but Magnus Carlsen is on fire. His 7th win in a row with a performance rating way above 3,000. The world #1 is on fire in San Francisco.
Magnus, congratulations on another 3-game match win. This was your 7th win in a row. Feeling good?
Yeah, I mean, once again, I was busted from the opening, but I don't know. I think his move knight c1 just missed the mark completely. After that, I got g4, and I was fine. I was really worried about h4 instead. Then I would probably need to give up a pawn for to get into an end game like gh, and then knight d6, queen h6, queen f6. But it looked really really dicey. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what he missed. I mean, probably knight g3, but that's so, yeah, that's really not a hard thing to spot. Like, all my pieces are super active and all his pieces are passive, so it's not a shocker that there's a combination there.
Score-wise, it couldn't have gotten better, Magnus, but I want to ask you, it felt like a bit of a strange match to me. Anish gets these very reasonable positions out of the opening. In 2 games, slightly better, but then just collapses immediately. What do you think happened?
I don't know. I think probably it was already rattled after the first game, and yeah, you have to ask him. Yeah, some of his decisions were not very good, but good thing is I started to play a lot better after the opening, so that helped as well.
I want to ask you about your approach in the opening with the French today. We don't see you employ that too often in your repertoire. What made you choose the French against Anish?
Well, I played it a bit in Miami. I beat him in the advanced French there, so it's not completely new. It's good to keep him guessing.
And in game 3, we were all very shocked with Anish's decision to recapture on e5 with the pawn instead of the rook. Is that something that surprised you as well?
No, not really. I think the thing is, if he captures with the rook, then I can force off the queens. So that's why he decided to sort of keep the game more complicated.
And the final blow with knight g3, you were happy to spot it?
Yeah, but again, it was in there.
All right, well, congratulations.
He wins again. Magnus Carlsen winning now all 4 matches. He is on top of the table. Question is, will Jan-Krzysztof Duda be there with him after day 4? It's looking bad for him. Also here in game 3, he was able to save a draw in a losing position in game 2. But the bar is over to Liam's side in this one as well. What's happening?
Oh, the bar is in Liam's favour, but could we see another miracle escape from Jan-Krzysztof Duda? Because just before we jumped in there, just one move ago, White was completely winning.
Oh.
Suddenly, Liam has missed this pawn move, and it's complicated again. So yes, White has the advantage, but Duda has a chance to survive. Also, the clock times, Duda needs to speed up, but right now, let's do a quick count. It's level material. It's all about the Black King. Can White break through to the Black King? This pawn move allows en passant, but there's tension between the queens, so White doesn't have time, and we have to jump in here just to show what happened, because in this position, after the White Queen moved, White has an attack against the Queen and a knight to deal with, but after the White Queen moved, this is what Liam missed. Here, after moving his rook forward, suddenly there is g5. What a blow. And I think Liam was just expecting his opponent to resign. He was expecting the rooks to double up, the game to be over, Black is about to face checkmate. But the only saving resource, Duda found it. Remember, he's so good at defending. And now no time for en passant, as mentioned, because of queen takes queen. And if you can't en passant here, suddenly Black has this nice defensive formation of the 2 pawns blocking out White's army. If White steps back, at least now Black can continue offering a trade of queens, trying to bully White's queen backwards. An endgame actually would be fine for Black here, most likely. So, wow, do you think there's been a turnaround, Jovanka? I'm just so confused why he went to, back in this start position, why he went to this square. Why choose this square? Why not just retreat? And only now, after pawn takes pawn, now lift the rook up. You're threatening to go behind, you're threatening to crash in. This would have not allowed Duda's tactic and would have just won the game on the spot, essentially.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. But, I mean, I have to commend Duda, because that was one hell of a classy move.
He looks proud of himself again. He's looking so happy with himself, Duda.
And it's the kind of move that will change the momentum of the game. I know the bar is still in Liam's favour, but I don't think he will necessarily recover from the shock of being on the receiving end of this move, because now you have to work all over again. You know, the hard work had been done, and now anything can happen. And
that is a typical blind spot for humans. I've fallen for this countless times throughout my career myself. It's always the pawn push, allowing en passant, that humans just write off. We forget about it. We just assume it's not legally possible. I mean, you're pinned along this line. It looks like you can't touch your pawn, but to bypass White's pawn, allowing en passant, that is a mark of creativity. And no queen exchange. This would have blown Liam's full advantage. So he does correctly retreat. But as you say, Jovanka, he's got to do it all over again. Could lightning strike twice? Could we jump in just as Duda's about to work his magic to escape? We should call him Houdini, Harry Houdini. Just escapologist here.
Yeah, well, his nickname is the Polish fighter.
Yes.
So he will fight on regardless of the position. And I agree with you there, David. The Polish fighter should be looking at exchanging off those queens. And there we see Duda deep in thought. He did give a smile, but now he's not happy with his position. So, well...
It's still difficult. Black's king is still very open.
But he should thank his lucky stars that he's still alive.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have been allowed this small opportunity. But 1 minute on the clock. Now he's shaking his head. You're right, Jovanka. Now he's realising it's still not over, White's attack. So, I would offer another queen trade. White will, of course, run away from that. Nope, Duda lifts his rook up. He's going to try and swing that rook across to defend. But shaking his head. Is there a knockout blow for White? How can Liam advance this attack? White's other rook could swing over, but Black would be given time then to bring another piece to the defence. First, a threat, a big threat of White's queen coming up into the corner next to the Black king. So that has to be prevented. White's queen and rook forming a battery. I think Black needs to stop that with his queen.
Yep.
I don't see any other way, to be honest.
Yeah, anything else? I mean, and then you would be running with the king, and you do not want to be doing that. So cover the king. You must always protect it. And now how to break through for Liam. Is it just simply to slide over the rook on d1, put it opposite the black queen?
Yeah, that looks tempting, but again, we need a follow-up, and any follow-up does take 2 or 3 moves. Maybe Duda could create some counterplay in the meantime, and Liem, he's trying to smash open the centre. He's allowing a trade of bishops, though. I thought White's bishop might be doing a good attacking job later on, but the computer approves. I was waiting for the evaluation bar to commit itself. It says White still has a huge advantage, and essentially White is trying to break down the pawns in front of the black king. If the pawns in front of the black king disappear, game over. The white rooks will do the business. So this is clever. This is clever.
Yeah.
So Liem is still in control with 7.5 minutes left against just 30 seconds. Duda still shaking his head. He needs a second miracle in this game to save this one. White's queen jumping back. Now look at the black king. It's on an open diagonal. Some checks in the air.
Definitely some checks in the air, and of course White still has that threat of playing pawn takes pawn, completely obliterating Black's kingside.
Yeah, and obliteration might be the key word here. I just don't see how Black keeps everything together, especially with 14 seconds on the clock.
13 seconds.
Duda needs
10.
to move. The problem is he's playing without a rook as well. Black's rook in the corner takes too long to get in the game. All of White's pieces are mobilised.
3 seconds.
Okay, he brings it across. He's trying to come down with Black's rooks, lining them up together. But there must be a killer blow here. There must be a breakthrough. This is where Liem should pause. He shouldn't rush. That's what cost him victory in the last game, rushing in a winning position.
He has all the time in the world.
Yes, yeah. 7 minutes.
Wow.
You can just sit on your hands. There's a bunch of different checks. White's queen has 2 different checks to choose from. You can capture 2 different pawns if you're white. Sit. Now is the time. He must know he's winning, Liem. Black's king is too weak. But rushing would give Duda a chance. Duda is just as good with 5 seconds on his clock as he is with 5 minutes, so you don't want to be hasty.
Yeah. It is also a very tempting, it's a very confusing position for Liem because there's so many tempting possibilities. I mean, you can give checks, you can move the rook over, but I wasn't sure about this move, primarily because suddenly the black rook can come down to the first row and offer itself up for a trade.
Yeah, I guess Liem's relying on some checks, but notice how Liem rushed and then his advantage went down massively. Suddenly White is no longer clearly winning. Maybe he is after this move, however. I'm surprised Duda captured this pawn, but he did have 2 seconds when he made this decision. White's f-pawn can step forward.
That's the most natural move. And then I would follow it by targeting the g5 pawn with the 2 rooks.
Yeah, this actually, if you look at White's pawn, White's rooks, it is reminiscent of Duda's great win against Giri yesterday, pushing the f-pawn forward, f4 forward. I think, yeah, attacking the black queen, kicking her away now is the killer blow.
Duda has missed it and he's shaking his head. He's cross with himself.
He was given a chance on the last move, Jovanka. I think you're right. He could have maybe found something else to save the game. But no, not with this one. And we might even see Liem deliver a nasty checkmate, if allowed. Look at those white pieces. They're on the perfect lines, on the F, G and H lines, all pointed towards the black king. Black's rook's too slow to defend.
And Liem doing the right thing, taking his time. Until in the meanwhile, we can actually see Duda's, like, he's going through the whole range of emotions. You know, he's just like shaking his head. He's really angry with himself. And look at Liem, cool as anything. Yeah. The Iceman getting ready to strike.
If you can see Duda on the webcam, I would just let him suffer. He's shaking his head. He's hating his position. Why not just keep that status quo? And okay, the black queen was kicked away. There was a check. Black's rook blocked, but Liem now has grabbed a very important pawn and big threat on the board. White's rook wants to come and take the pawn next to the black queen. Can you do it now? That is the big question. Can you go and win Black's queen immediately by grabbing a pawn? Looks tempting. It
does look tempting, and working it out, everything is tied down. So the only question is, can White escape from the checks?
I think you can. I think we will see Liem play rook takes g5, use the rook on the g file, pin the black queen. There we go. And he's winning the black queen. Like you said, Jovanka, the black rooks can give a couple of checks, but White's king is happily going to run forward. If there's another check on the second rank, the white king runs up to the third rank, and that is the end of the fun. No more checks for Duda. We'll see the white king step up 1 square, and Duda's going to resign. The black queen is lost. He plays one final move out of spite, but this won't save the game. White's queen can just move. with a check.
Yeah.
Oh, it can even take the black rook. A nice finish there from Liam. Very flashy, and checkmate is inevitable. Duda resigns.
Wow, this could be a huge result for the tour finals. Jan-Krzysztof Duda losing his first game, and he is now down by 1 point in the match against Liam Lea. He will have to win game 4 to take it to tiebreaks and have potential to win the game. This could be such an important game in the tour finals. What happened here?
Yeah, we jumped in just when Duda looked like he was saving it, looked like he was turning it around. And it was in this position where he made the final blunder, the final slip. Actually, black has some chances to hold if, for example, he moves his rook, just to stop the white queen coming in with a check. But this was a difficult move to see. Duda only had a few seconds left on his clock, and he made the final mistake. He captured white's pawn in the center, allowing white to push forward. And the white pawn did step to f6, hitting the black queen. And after a check and a simple capture, white is now winning. The rook is guaranteed to take this pawn next move, and as we saw in the game, rook takes pawn, pins the black queen, wins the black queen, and despite a couple of checks, the result was never in doubt. Liam breaking through. He really is Duda's nemesis.
After 2 draws, Wesley So won Game 3 in San Francisco against Prague, and that means Prague will have to win Game 4 to take this match to tiebreaks. He will need some of the magic that we have seen from the young Indian throughout the 2022 season of the tour.
Whoa. Just to have this move on your radar is incredible. He's too good for this age. What a player, Pragnananda. Crazy tactics. Prague is just showing off now. It's just a masterpiece.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prague style. Surely there's a checkmate now, and there we go. Prague finds a really nice pattern. Checkmate next move.
Pragnananda, he's calculated everything out so cleanly. Wow.
Cliff edge.
Yeah.
But, oh, wow, what a move. Black cuts the coordination between white's queen and the second rank, and is Magnus about to resign?
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, loses to 16-year-old Pragnananda. Prague still hasn't played 4 games.
Fireworks non-stop. Every move is a really crazy, unexpected blow.
It's a very good pawn as well.
Prague takes it.
Wow! 16-year-old Pragnananda is ready for the final in Chessable Masters. He's impressed us so much over the 2022 season, and he needs to impress us now in Game 4 against Wesley So. Something else that we enjoyed over the past 9 months is you guys joining in on the show, sharing pictures and your thoughts on Twitter. And now we're going to see the selfies and pictures you have shared today combined with our very own chess song made by David Knopfler.
I lie awake before each dawn, with the bright moon shining like the sun, and I travel brave out into that golden corn, though I am but a helpless belong upon these blackened squares, to endure these bracken fields and these whips and snares. In corrupted flesh, these clerics sneer and stare, and the queens of death await us there. Foreign knights are questing far and wide, the rooks are descending now, bound by their sides. The en passant have found a simple proud, may the grand vizier not find us there. My sandalwood is dark and warm. My sanity is stripped and torn. But if I survive this coming storm, then I won't remain a hapless pawn. No, I could be just anything I want.
Beautiful pictures and a beautiful song, Pawn's Lament, made especially for the Champions Chess Tour by David Knopfler. That is goosebumps watching you guys sharing, and keep sharing. The players will need you guys to cheer for them now, because it's a dramatic round 4 of games coming up. Here are the results from Day 4 so far in the tour finals. Magnus Carlsen winning 3 games in a row to take all 3 points already against Anish Giri. He is finished for the day, but this puts pressure on Jan-Krzysztof Duda because he lost his first game of the tournament, losing game 3 to Liam Le, and he now has to win game 4, Duda, to take it to blitz tiebreaks. And the situation in San Francisco is the same for Praggnanandhaa. He lost game 3 to Wesley So and will have to win game 4 to take that one to tiebreaks. Arjun Erigaisi is also up by 1 point against Mamedyarov. So Mamedyarov will have to win game 4 to take that one to tiebreaks. The odds are we will see tiebreaks today.
Yeah, we tend to see tiebreaks anyway, so yeah. I think so. But, you know, it's quite exciting with 3 players being in a must-win situation.
It is. We like that situation. It's drama, both for the players in San Francisco, Prague, and Wesley So is still playing their match, and for the players around the world, especially for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who is fighting to win the tour finals and to stay close to Magnus Carlsen on top of the table. He will have to win it starting at midnight in Poland to take it to tiebreaks. Who's this one? No one we know.
Behind him, it's Wesley So.
Here comes Wesley So. He's in the lead. Wesley finally finding his online rapid form, winning game 3 against Prague. And now with a draw, he will win the match. What do you guys expect from this final rapid game between those two?
I think it might depend on Wesley's mood. If he plays his usual game, he's going to be extremely difficult to beat. But if he goes all out for the draw, if he takes negative decisions, then maybe Prague will have learned something from Anish Giri a few days ago when Anish punished Prague for doing something similar. Playing for the draw is often not the best way to achieve it. So yeah, really fascinating battle with these 3 players on the brink or needing a comeback. I do feel that somehow Prague will be able to make it exciting. I really doubt that Wesley will be able to completely shut down Prague's hopes early on.
He is an expert in the online rapid format. Prague has had so much success this season, and now he's going to have to win this game against Wesley So to take it to tiebreaks. Enjoying the view, the boats passing by in San Francisco. We are waiting for Wesley So to arrive. He will have the white pieces, Wesley, in this final battle. Is it possible for him to just shut it down already from the beginning, Wesley?
I have to say, out of all the players, I mean, Wesley is capable of shutting down the game, and he's got such a broad repertoire, and he's very well known for being practical and pragmatic. And when he wants to, he can play the game, make it as simple as possible, and just give his opponent as little chance as possible. But I'm pretty sure that Praggnanandhaa will have prepared for this possibility, and so he will have something up his sleeve in case of these situations.
Yeah, the good thing for Prague is his opening repertoire is quite combative. He really does achieve these fighting positions in openings, whether he's white, whether he's black. So, yeah, unless Wesley can catch him off guard in an opening where he can keep things simple, then it might not be easy. Okay, he starts with d4. normally in must-draw situations, or where a draw is good enough, Wesley starts with his king's pawn. I think 90% of the time. So, interesting decision. Maybe he's gambling on the fact that Prag won't be able to play anything too active. For example, if we do see the Nimzo Indian, if we do see the Queen's Gambit declined, the two most likely openings right now from this position, then yeah, it's hard to get too active as black. Okay, this variation, however, does have a reputation of being the most solid. I've played it myself countless times as white. It's often when I'm happy to just play with a small advantage or happy to not take too much risk. And okay, black castles. Will Wesley push a pawn forward in the center? There we go. This variation is known to lead to several different forced draws for white if black had pushed the d-pawn 2 squares. So Prag maybe not playing black's best move, which would have led to some forcing draw lines. Instead, he's invited Wesley to step forward, gaining even more space. And I remember when I first played this variation as black many, many years ago, I was shocked. I was like, how can white get an advantage? All of white's pieces are asleep. But it is very dangerous, actually. So Prag's taking risks. It looks like Prag predicted this opening choice by Wesley So, and he's playing a provocative variation.
Yeah.
At least now all the pieces remain on the board for a while.
And there's an immediate question to the e5 pawn. How's he going to defend it? And that's why Wesley develops the bishop. But Prag, he's not surprised at all, and he jumps forward, attacks the queen. I'm expecting the queen to move 1 square to the center, to the d2 square.
Yep, the white queen has a few choices. She's likely to move. I don't think you want to trade off this knight yet. The white knight can capture this black knight that's just entered the center, but then black's queen replaces it, and black's queen is even more powerful. So, yeah, you want to allow this knight exchange on your own terms as white. I remember studying this position a while ago, though, and from the black side, and I thought, yeah, at least it's complicated. I was preparing this for black against a lower-rated opponent, and I thought, yeah, this was a good chance to at least confuse them, set them kind of non-standard problems, and maybe that's what Prag has concluded as well. He's going to set Wesley a few questions along the way if he does want to equalise, and you'll move on the board, Jovanka.
Yeah, and this, incidentally, is the move with the best stats. And white has won 29% of the time. 57% of the time it's a draw, and black wins 14%.
Oh, that's low. That is low.
So Prag has to hope he hits that 14%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the most popular move is actually for black to trade off knights. There is a second alternative, which is equally popular, which is to play f6. Oh, no one has played this move.
Ooh.
Now we're in a novelty area, and Wesley is on his own.
Wow, a novelty only on move 10. So now Wesley has to find something. Normally, when we see a novelty this early, it does mean that maybe it's not necessarily the best move. Usually, all the best moves have been explored at some point in chess history at this early stage. Normally, the most powerful novelties are a bit later on, when the game is already very complicated. Here, what could be the downsides of black's moves? Why has the evaluation bar declared itself so high in white's favour already? It looks very logical to me. You're supporting black's knight in the centre of the board with this pawn move. You're protecting, you're just maintaining the tension here. Could the downside be that black's other knight is actually going to get kicked back?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I don't think you have a good answer to white simply playing h2, h3.
Yeah, this knight doesn't have many escape squares. This might be the one problem for Prag. Has he mixed up his opening move order here? It's quite possible to have mixed things up, because it's such a kind of difficult position. It's something that arises quite rarely. And this knight, yeah, there's no real square to go to, no safe square. If you retreat to this square, the only safe one, you're just going to get captured. Oof. I mean, you maybe don't even get taken because it's such a bad square anyway. But worst comes to worst, white could capture, and look at black's pawns now, ugly. And the black king also a bit open.
And why wouldn't you move the h-pawn 2 squares to protect the knight?
That's a good question. So here, the pawn taking the knight is a big threat. For example, if you push forward and protect, one of the downsides is that you lose material. You lose a knight worth 3 points. You only get 1 point in return. Also, look at the white rook. It's opened up towards the black king. So it does look a bit scary. And Wesley has indeed played that move. what will we see Prag do here? Because, yeah, you can't give up your knight. I don't think you can allow it to be captured.
And the alternative is actually just playing knight takes knight, but unfortunately this series of trade also doesn't favour black at all, because after queen takes queen you can simply capture with the king, and the point is after knight takes pawn, looks like you want some material, but oh no, you haven't, my friend, because the rook comes up one square, attacks the knight, and is trapped.
Yep, no man's land, you're trapped behind enemy lines, and you're easily rounded up by the opponent's army. So once again, in this position, you would be forced to retreat to a really bad square on the edge of the board. This time, I'm not sure whether white even captures you, but at the very least, I think Wesley would be happy to trade off. And in this type of endgame, for example, if the king moves, either the white knight gets into some really juicy outposts, or you have to trade off this knight. And if we do a quick count here, level material, both sides have ugly pawns. White has doubled F pawns, black has doubled H pawns. But the key thing is it's guiding the game towards a draw. And that's the maximum Prag can hope for if he enters this variation. So yeah, it's looking like desperate times already for the teenager.
Yeah. He is taking risks, Pragnananda, in a must-win situation, because Wesley so won game 3. And let's hear what he said to Tanya after winning that game, Wesley So.
Wesley, you've taken a lead in your match with this win, but it was strange how quickly it turned around. What went wrong for Prag?
Yeah, very happy, certainly. I think, well, there were many interesting parts of the game, but I think he should have forced the trade of queens at some point. Keeping the queens on the board and playing f3, weakening the king's structure is very, very risky. So he should have played like queen a2 at some point, trade the queens and get maybe a little better endgame. But I actually offered a draw at some point, I think at move 23. I wasn't sure. I haven't played this tournament for so long. I wasn't sure if you guys have the 30 move no draw offer rule. Do you?
Yeah, you can't offer a draw
Before move 30? Yeah, I couldn't remember. So I just clicked draw offer on move 23 because I couldn't remember the rules. No. Prag was thinking. But yeah, I just haven't played in so long. But I think, yeah, Prag should have traded the queens. I mean, when he played f3, yeah, f3, h5, and then maybe he should take on e4, because after e3, gf3, maybe white can have an advantage, but it's super concrete, and he can easily lose the game. In the game if king run to mating attack.
The last game, you're going to be with the white pieces. You've already taken a lead in the match. What's the approach? Stay solid or push with white?
Offer a draw on move 1. No, I mean, of course, I apologize for not knowing the rules. But, I mean, I'm just very pleased to win, win a game against anybody, and then take it a game at a time.
All right, good luck for the last round. Thank you.
I don't think I've heard that on the tour this season. Anyone actually clicking the offer a draw button. They always, if a draw, it's always like move repetition.
Yeah, I remember a couple of draws, but that's normally like move 70 or 80 where they just gave up winning chances and offered the draw. But yeah, it's a bit naughty, Wesley, offering a draw early on. But it was nice to see Prag just ignore that and play on. And despite the fact that now he's in a must-win situation, Wesley knows he can't bail out with a draw. Prag won't allow him.
Yeah. Let's see if the chess god punishes Wesley, because she rarely likes it when they offer draws. But it's looking good for Wesley so far.
I must admit, she tends to punish everyone except Wesley. She has a soft spot for him. I must admit, I did quite enjoy his humour when he said, "What are you going to do in game 4 against Prag? Offer a draw, move 1."
Yeah, I agree. That was quite funny.
I wonder if the arbiters would punish them if they agree to a draw. How do you punish them if both players agree too early? Do you just force them to keep playing?
Yes.
I guess that's the only way.
You sit here and you play.
Because in over-the-board chess, they have this punishment nowadays. Both players get 0 points. But if it's a head-to-head, like, knockout situation, both players getting 0s, is the same as both getting a draw.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's, I guess, one of those situations we're grateful that we haven't seen ourselves in too often this season. Yeah. So much fighting chess this year.
Yeah.
It's all about the players, right?
Definitely.
Fighting players.
And talking about players and fighting players, I do have to share with you one picture from Moo, who sends us their favourite picture of their favourite chess player. Who's your favourite chess player, David?
Apart from you, Jovanka, and apart from you and Simon. I'll say Kramnik.
Kramnik. And here we have Mikhail Tal, the magician from Riga. And
Isn't that Simon's favorite player?
Yes. He really was a magician. You know, his games are incredible. And here we have the line that we analysed. Rook has given a check to the king. King will probably take a step, maybe to defend its pawn.
Yeah, I think you can step in a different direction, though. I think you can maybe even step to the left because Black's knight will still be trapped. There we go. The White king keeps its knight guarded. If you step the other way, at least Black would have maybe been able to ruin your pawn structure on both sides of the board. But yeah, you step this way and Black's knight, I think you have to retreat. I think if you jump in, take that white pawn on f2, you're still behind enemy lines, still no way back. But okay, Pragg, he is the king of counterattack. Every time we see him play, he counterattacks. And he's leaving his knight en prise, but now he's going for white's dark square bishop. Interesting decision, because now if white's dark square bishop commits, maybe then Black's knight has more options. Wow, this is... I mean, it's so clever. This move would not even be on my radar, I must admit. I just see an attack, I want to react, I want to retreat. But Pragg, he's never, ever backing down. And that's all due to his coach Ramesh forcing him, saying, OK, never back down, never retreat, always find alternatives. Yeah. And yeah, whether it's good or not, I think this is a clever idea. In a must-win situation, you have to risk.
I agree. I mean, I had completely forgotten about the counterattack. But of course, I must remember, it is Pragg. You feel that this is a result of the calculation training, that he's so adept at simply highlighting those options and then choosing from them. Because often when you're calculating, you do get kind of caught up in this black and white thinking, which is, you know, knight is attacked, knight must retreat. And instead, there are shades of grey. And the rook comes down. I mean, how should white react to this? Capture the knight, that's one alternative. Another alternative, step back with a bishop.
Yeah, it's not easy suddenly, because I thought I'd found a clever variation for white, but it doesn't quite work. So in this position, the rook did come into d4. Just to highlight again, there's a double attack actually on this knight, but he didn't make any false assumptions. He didn't assume he had to retreat, and correctly he's jumped in, hitting this loose piece. Always look for unprotected pieces in your opponent's camp. And yeah, if the bishop moves, the problem is the bishop has to guard this pawn, otherwise the black knight will retreat and take it. If the bishop moves, then now black's knight can retreat. Yes, it's a bad square, but it's about to jump to a nice outpost. And now the difference is that white's bishop cannot capture this knight anymore. And yeah, so therefore retreating the bishop feels a bit wrong. Maybe it's still fine for white, but this knight is about to re-centralize. I think Pragg will be very happy with this development. The move I thought was quite clever was to retreat white's knight. You attack the black rook, you defend your bishop. What could be more natural? You also can maintain the attack on black's knight. But after rook takes pawn check, yes, the black rook is actually trapped, but it can give itself up for the white bishop. It will happily give itself up just so the black knight can retreat and escape. And suddenly, if we do a quick count, it's level material. White has a rook, but in return, black has a bishop and 2 pawns. But more importantly, white's king is a bit of a target. There's enough pieces left for that to be true. And also, white's pawn structure is just ruined forever. So I think this would actually pass the advantage to Pragg. And the third alternative, by process of elimination, might be the correct one, Jovanka. In this position, if we go back, rather than defending this bishop or moving it, maybe you just have to bite the bullet and say, OK, I'm going to take your knight. You take my bishop. But the one positive I can see to this is that at least you get the open file. White's rook now can kind of take over from the line the black rook has evacuated, and there's a threat of checkmate on the back rank.
Yeah. And also the rook is trapped.
Yeah, and black's rook is also without too many escape squares. The one downside is you've given up the bishop pair, and white's pawn structure here, it's very ugly. Doubled pawns, isolated pawns almost. But at least you get the open file and active play. So Wesley, I think, after a long think, might well go for this idea.
Pressure is on for Praggnanandhaa in must-win in Game 4. Both of these players sitting in San Francisco, where we also have reporter Tanya. What's happening, Tanya, right now?
You got guests with us discussing exactly what you all are talking about. Pragg, can he make a comeback in this match? And I've got another chess enthusiast here with me. His name is Dan. He's from the Bay Area, involved with a lot of initiatives here. Dan, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here.
What's it like to be here and witness the finals? Are you having a good time?
It's exciting. These players are the best in the world, and it's fantastic to have this event in my hometown, San Francisco.
And who are you rooting for here?
I'm rooting for that gentleman, the world champ, Magnus. So
Is it also nice to see Wesley here in the finals making his debut?
I like Wesley, a fellow American like I am. So Wesley's a great player too. I hope he does well. Maybe if he wins, I'd be happy for him. Wesley is too. So.
Awesome, Dan. It's been so much fun seeing all the chess activities going around in the Bay Area. Tell us a little bit, is the community super excited about having this final and all the chess stuff that's on?
Oh, most definitely. I know I give lectures at the Bernal Heights Chess Club, and I can tell you that was all the buzz this past weekend, and about wanting to go to the press event. Having this event here, I think, just draws more attention to chess and makes chess even more interesting. No, it's already interesting, but more, more vibrant thing to see, more vibrant thing to play, particularly in the Bay Area.
I couldn't agree more with you. And one of the big things about the tour has been seeing this standout performance by the young talents across the world. What is it like in San Francisco? Are a lot of kids involved with chess?
A lot of kids are involved. I think Prague, the GM from India, it really does inspire a lot of great young talent. We have talent, young talent that really aspires to be like these guys one day. So.
Thank you so much, Dan, for joining us. Prague continues to inspire a lot of youngsters. Right now, he needs to play some inspiring chess to be back in this match.
Definitely, Tanya. Thank you for that report from San Francisco. What a place to be if you love chess. And right now, it's drama for Prague. Can he make a comeback? Can he win this game?
I think it's the first critical moment of the game, at least. And of course, if he's up against the computer, as we see on the bar, White is doing well. But Prague has at least asked Wesley a very, very difficult question. And just before that interview with Dan and Tanya, we went through some of the options for White. I think that's exactly what is going through Wesley So's head right now. He's calculating 3 or 4 different options: save the white dark squared bishop, retreat the white dark squared bishop, protect it, or ignore it and take the black knight. But that's 3 or 4 options, and that's why he spent 6.5 minutes. None of those options actually leads to completely sterile equality. None leads to a forced draw. And maybe that's frustrating for Wesley. What do you think, Jovanka?
Yeah, I have to say, I agree with you. This is very important moment for Wesley, and he's running through all those lines that we mentioned, and I think he's going to come to the conclusion that pawn takes. Taking the knight is the best one. It looks the most solid out of all the other options you mentioned.
Yeah, I agree. I think that black knight has lived too long already, and before it gets active again, before it starts munching on some pawns, just remove it from the board. I think you do have to break down some kind of stereotypes in your head in order to play this move, pawn takes knight, because you do give up the bishop pair, you do kind of saddle yourself with this poor structure long term, but dynamically it still looks great for White. Black's got 2 pieces that are still asleep, the rook in the corner, the light squared bishop, and after a long, long think, he does play the best move. We've seen throughout the tour there's a phenomenon of making a blunder after a long think, but not Wesley So. He did pause at the critical moment. Sensitivity to that is essential. And now we're expecting White's rook in the corner to swing. The d-file has been vacated. Why not threaten checkmate in one move?
Yeah, that is one move. It's Wesley, though, so I'm going to also because it's Prague and I've learned a lesson, I'm going to run through those options as well, just to see whether there's anything else, any other aggressive moves to be played.
Yeah, I mean, I guess White could take a timeout. Black's rook is attacking a couple of pawns, attacking the f-pawn especially. White could just defend that with his bishop. Yeah. But that would give Black the luxury to start developing his sleeping pieces. So it does feel like this is the most logical move. Yep. Not only do you threaten checkmate, rook d8 now, up to the top of the board, traps the Black king, but you stop Black's light squared bishop from developing.
Yeah, I agree. And it's very uncomfortable for Pragananda, especially when that rook will go to the 8th row. I mean, how is he going to develop his pieces there on the left side? And also, I have to say, the thing that bothers me the most about Black's position is the rook sitting on the f4 square. It just feels like it's trapped. It doesn't have too many squares. It's going to capture the pawn on f3, but that's it. If you manage somehow... This is like, I need like a magic wand or something. If I could pick up that bishop sitting on f1, if I could go and put it on e4, mission accomplished. You know, I've got that rook caged.
Yeah, and then now you can come and win it.
Exactly.
Pick it off at will anytime you want. You can trap it with the knight. You can even start trapping it with the king, this rook. So yeah, this is definitely in the air. And right now, Prag has a bigger threat to deal with, of course, this back rank check. So there's only two ways I see of dealing with that. Either you have to retreat with your bishop, as we just showed there, cover this square, but then the bishop is a bit offside temporarily, doesn't look too impressive. You still can't solve the problem of this bishop ever moving. That's going to take an eternity. The second alternative is to swing across with the rook before it gets trapped. But maybe the downside to this one is that after white captures, there are maybe other options, but after a trade here, suddenly you have another weakness. Suddenly this pawn is most likely doomed long term. And yeah, this one doesn't look too great either.
Yeah, and I have to say, white's double pawns, they're not that bad because they can move forward. They have that potential just to advance.
Yeah, at some point you connect your pawns and you breathe a sigh of relief. So yeah, in this position, it does feel, I mean, it feels just too much to allow this rook in. For example, you could create some breathing space for the black king, an escape square, but after this check, you're just pinned along this line for quite a long time. And again, there's ideas of white's knight coming in and the white's knight stepping in. Some ideas of checkmate, the hookmate.
That is the hookmate.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is one checkmating idea. There's another checkmating idea, of course, with the rook takes pawn and different type of hookmate. Both white rooks are threatening to catch this black king. So yeah, surely you can't allow that to happen. And he does indeed, Prag, prevent the main threat. Bishop dropping back, covering the vital d8 square. And now it's up to Wesley. Can he get away with trying to remaneuver his bishop to trap this black rook? And OK, first he uses his rook to defend this pawn. Maybe he's got that idea in mind, Jovanka. For example, if black takes a timeout, and I don't even know what black does. If black just pushes a pawn, for example, the bishop might indeed try to step into the middle of the board to cage this intruder. Yeah. It is looking very good for white, we've got to say. Long term, black is OK, but short term, too many problems. Weak back rank, trapped rook, and two pieces that are fast asleep on the queen side.
And in fact, there's an immediate threat of the rook getting trapped. The knight is actually going to go backwards.
Yeah, if the bishop does step forward, yeah, the knight is going to come backwards and trap this rook. Yeah, the knight is going to come for it at some point in the near future. Big problems for Prag. On the clock, he's OK, but on the board, Wesley's in full control.
And he's not the only one in a must-win situation here, Prag. There's actually 3 players in must-win situations here. On day 4, game 4 is Mamedyarov. He has to win game 4 against Argaisi to take that one to tie breaks. And Duda, who before today was on top of the table with Magnus Carlsen, he has to win against Liam Le. And taking a look at the bars in those ones, slightly over to Liam's side and definitely over to Argaisi's side. Is the hopes of tie breaks getting slimmer?
It does look that way. And actually, I just took a look at Argaisi's game. He can win on the spot.
Oh.
If he finds one move. If he doesn't, then Mamedyrov's right back in that game. So it's actually a critical moment. Argaisi is the type of advantage that either he can just end things immediately and win, or Mamedyarov has a fighting chance. So it's... Mamedyarov, I think he's spotted it. He's probably seen Argaisi's winning move. Argaisi is still thinking, I'm just looking over at that one. It's a critical moment there. Meanwhile, Prag has pushed a pawn. This is what we expected, giving the black king some breathing space. But Mamedyarov suffering there on the camera. He's had a tough day. Argaisi, he's suddenly come to life in this tournament.
And if he's watching the webcams right now, he might realize that he does have that one move.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's watching the webcams.
No.
And he hasn't spotted it yet. It's the type of move, if you see it, you play it and you win the game immediately. But I don't think he's spotted it yet, Argaisi. He didn't find the knockout blow. He's still winning, but not as winning as earlier. So we will see the evaluation bar in that game between Argaisi and Mamedyarov go down slightly. He didn't find the knockout. Mamedyarov given a second life.
Oh, he has to win it, Mamedyarov. But one match is finished. Magnus Carlsen winning all 3 games against Anish Giri to take that match win. And let's hear what Anish Giri said after losing that match.
Anish, a tough match for you, but it felt like you got good positions out of the opening, but then something went wrong very soon. What happened there?
Yeah, I think today was a very important day for me. And I think you could tell it's a bad day, but you know, like, let's say your car is making a lot of noise and then you don't know what's going on. You bring it to like different car dealers, and you ask him what's up. And then finally you bring it to a dealer, and then he tells you, you know, like an engine is broken. And you think, okay, it's a bad day, but it's not really the bad day, yeah? It's maybe the good day because you finally discovered what's the issue. So then you're probably going to fix the engine and everything's going to be fine. So I think today was the day that I found out what's broken.
What is broken?
I mean, honestly, I at some point was thinking that maybe Magnus is, because my results were not so good against him, that maybe he's just a superior player. But today I realized there is definitely more to it than him being a superior player. I think it was useful for me, and I'm sure next time I'll play better, because I think it's not possible to play worse.
It's really nice to see you take the positives from this. I want to ask you, in that third last game, it felt like you got your chances out of the opening and had a better position. There was this one moment where you can capture an e5 with the rook in the pawn. And this is something we were just talking about. Why did you make the decision?
No, it was really funny. So I was about to like pre-move rook e5. Yeah. And then I thought to myself, like, you know, if I were a noob, I could consider taking with the pawn as well. But obviously, any normal person takes on e5 with the rook immediately. And then somehow, like, generally, like, my whole thinking process today, like, throughout the games, it was just so messed up. Like, I've never had that. Like, normally I think something during the games, and okay, I miss certain things. But today, like, it was really, like, something really special, I have to say. I mean, it's really remarkable. It's like, also, I knew up front the moves I was making were bad. And it sounds like a weird thing, but it usually doesn't happen to me, but it really did. Also, in the other game, I could play knight c4, then I played king f8. And when I play king f8, I'm 100% sure this is a very bad move. But I don't know why I'm making it. And the same with this. I mean, I literally paused thinking that a weaker player than me would pause here to consider different captures. But a player like me will take with the rook instantly. And then I take with the pawn. It's really like next level. I mean, okay, I went very deep with my thinking, but it's just so messed up. Like, I don't know, like, I'm going, like, instead of making a move that comes to mind, I'm going, like, meta, and it's really backfiring.
Do you think it's something to do with playing a player like Magnus that has this effect?
Yeah, of course, it's something within me and not within my opponent. But that said, I think I'm looking forward to my upcoming games.
Yeah, so good luck. Thanks, Anish.
He manages to still be funny and give some good answers, Anish, even after that very disappointing match loss against Magnus.
Yeah.
A few moves here.
Yeah, a few moves here. The black rook has escaped from its jail just in time to trade off. But Wesley, he's trying to kill the fun for Prag. He's just swapping off pieces. He's just going to plant his white knight into a good square soon. And yeah, still Prag on the defensive. I just want to say as well, before we move on from Giri's interview, that is great. That's really instructive for everyone. I love what Anish said there. He's going to learn from this and move on. And that we all lose games. We all lose. I mean, even the top players, they've lost hundreds in their life, but they just learn from every single one. And he maybe did some overthinking there, and maybe next time he'll trust his instincts more. His results might be better because of that, and today's experience will stand him in good stead.
Yeah.
So it's not always about the results. Of course, results help, but it's about learning. Yeah. And meanwhile, we do see White's knight enter a good square, Jovanka.
Yeah, and Wesley knows exactly what he has to do. And it's all about just putting his pieces on great posts. The bishop is also going to relocate itself to the center. White's f-pawns are going to start advancing. And Wesley has a very solid position. And it's not just solid, it's also quite good because he also has a target. The d4, pawn on d4 is just a sitting duck.
Yeah, and earlier we talked about the potency of the two bishops and how incredible they can be if they break the position open and if they can find active lines. But look at these poor pieces right now. White has just completely blocked the center. This dark square bishop staring at its own pawn. How depressing is that? You can never break out onto a nice diagonal. This other bishop, I was going to say, is a bad piece. And the only way it can come to life is to sit on this square. It does defend the b7 pawn, but as soon as that happens, Wesley says, no, I'm going to swap off one of your bishops. And that is the key to playing against the two bishops. A knight versus bishop, it's never clear whose piece is better. But yeah, bishop pair together are strong. So eliminate your opponent's bishop pair, trade off one of those bishops, and you will be much happier. This just looks fantastic. As you said, Jovanka, for example, if the bishops get traded off, you could even take with a pawn. Next move, you just plant your king in the center, blockade this, you called it a sitting duck, right? A sitting target in the center. And if you can blockade this pawn, that means the black bishop is bad forever, for eternity. And not just that, but white is threatening this guy. This is a backward weakness as well. White's rook can come across and attack it soon. Just riddled, full of holes, black's position.
Yeah. Oof. And unfortunately, you know, Pragg probably would be dreaming of a draw, but a draw is insufficient. He's in a must-win situation. So this means that he has to gamble.
Yeah, he gambles already by bringing his rook across. He's hoping that white gets greedy. I was going to say Wesley's definitely not going to get greedy, but if white had captured this pawn, suddenly black can start pushing his pawn forward. That's the dream. But no, Wesley shuts the door. The king is a great blockader in endgames. It's never going to get kicked away. Black has no knights to ever check this king away. And yeah, this pawn is the target next move. White's knight is glorious. And Pragg tries to undermine it, tries to remove the defender of that white knight. The sad thing is, white can just support his pawn if he wants to. This is something you've been wanting to do for a while, Jovanka. Maybe you don't even need to. You could also make an argument for taking this pawn. Every option just looks very strong for white right now. If you want to play with no risk, just push this pawn forward. Support your fellow in the center.
Not looking good for Pragg then.
Yeah, just a masterclass by Wesley. I mean, I feel bad for questioning his ability to contain Pragg's energy, but he's done that really well. He's swapped the queens off early, he's stabilized in an endgame, and he's just playing purely on strategy. And, okay, rather than go for the safe option, he takes this pawn. Still pretty safe.
I think this is pretty safe, and I knew that Wesley would do it because it's opposite-coloured bishops as well. And as long as he maintains control on the light squares, there's no way that Pragg's rook and bishop are able to combine to break down white's defences.
Yeah, look at the pawn structure in a moment as well. Black has no passed pawns. These pawns are so well blockaded in the centre. For example, white can just come back and sit in the middle. And how, with opposite colour bishops, are you ever going to break this blockade? The question is, I mean, it's an impossible question. You're just never going to break that blockade. If anything, white is better. White can push on this side of the board. White can target your weaknesses in the middle.
I think that's the key to the position. You know, white should just be ambitious here.
Yeah, not to sit forever. But, OK, Pragg doesn't go for opposite colour bishops. He needs to win, and that would have been tantamount to giving up his chances, so he removes the bishops instead. But after this rook move, he is attacking the knight. There's two ways for Wesley to deal with this. Either you can just retreat the knight, or what he's done, step forward with the pawn. Yeah. He's just swapping off all the pieces. Cynical but effective.
He's giving Pragnananda a taste of his own medicine.
Counterattack.
Counterattack is the key. And he has to take that knight.
Yeah, but look how everything's just disappearing from the board. If you take this pawn now as black, then white is happily going to capture this pawn. This pawn is just trading everything off. And white is going to emerge at least one pawn up, actually. So it's still Pragg on the defensive. And it's one-sided traffic. They're playing for two results now. It's either a win for white or a draw. Pragg's need for a win, it's almost disappeared now.
Oh, it's looking good for Wesley to win the match. Arjun Erigaisi has now won the match against Mamadjarov to gain his first 3 points in the tour finals, winning 2 games today, Arjun. Very impressive stuff by the young Indian sitting in the middle of the night in India. So our only hope now, probably for tie breaks, if Pragg isn't up to something extremely genius right now, is if Duda wins the game against Liam Lev. I see the bar slightly over to Liam's side.
Yeah, it's very complicated, that game, though. Okay. So it could still go either way between Duda and Liam. It depends on Liam's nerves as well. I think Duda's just kept the tension. That's what the other two were unable to do, Mamadjarov and Pragg. In the must-win situations, you need to keep tension, as many pieces on the board as possible. And Duda's done that, but the other two haven't. So Pragg, yeah, this is far from a tense position. Unfortunately, white's rook is now just going to go and capture some pawns. And you can tell on Pragg's body language, he doesn't really believe anymore.
No.
No. It's too far gone, especially against a great endgame player like Wesley.
I agree. And you know what they say? All rook endings are drawn. Yeah. And here, actually, in fact, Wesley is probably winning. But, yeah, Pragg, impossible task.
Yeah, an impossible task. He looks down I was going to wonder whether Wesley'd offered another draw, maybe, or maybe Prag was checking whether that was allowed. But no, Wesley doesn't even need to offer a draw in this position because there's 0 risk for white. Yeah, hoovered all the pieces off the board. If we do a quick count, it's currently 6 pawns against 6, but everything is disappearing. Look at this, white's rook getting active. Black's rook trying to get active, but white has a bunch of pawns you could capture right now. I think white's rook will just step up 1 square and take a pawn. Yeah, actually, I think Wesley's 2 pawns on the left side are going to start running, and white should be winning, actually, objectively.
Yeah. And I think Wesley will go for the win. Yeah. Why not? The great thing about this position for Wesley is it is quite straightforward, and also he can draw on patterns that he's seen many, many times before. Like instinctively, you know that, okay, once you capture and eliminate the B pawn, then white's pawns, they're just so fast. They can just wriggle up the board almost by themselves. And Prag has to do all sorts of Houdini acts with his rook.
Yeah, and the problem as well is that white is playing with 2 pieces. We talk about activity in endgames. White has an active rook and an active king. Black might have an active rook, but look at the black king. What is it doing? It's just not participating.
Yeah.
And white is playing with 2 pieces, black with 1. Therefore, it's entirely logical that white is winning this game. And, OK, black now is down a pawn. He had to push this one before it was captured. If Wesley wants to be really cynical, he could just take a pawn with the white king right now. Maybe the white rook will go hunting down this black B pawn. Plus 4.4, the computer confirms white is winning, but Wesley doesn't even need to look for wins.
And the bar has shot up for Liam Le as well in that must-win game for Duda. Is he taking risks in that one, Duda?
Duda's taking massive risks. He's just sacrificed a knight. Liam's king is very, very open in that one, so still not out of danger for the Vietnamese player, but Liam, he's just the kryptonite, right? He's just, you called it before the show, even today, Jovanka. He's just found a way to play against Duda. I think all of Duda's opponents need to go and study what Liam is doing against him. It seems to be really effective. He could have won the match already today, Liam, against Duda if he'd wanted to. I mean, he's already let Duda escape a couple of times. He's been dominant.
And didn't Liam also ruin the fun for Magnus in the Oslo Esports Cup?
He did beat Magnus there as well.
Yeah. And they face each other tomorrow. Liam, okay. He's coming for the top guns here.
Yeah, he certainly is. And someone who is clinically shutting down all of Pragnananda's hopes is Wesley. Just look at it. There's no chance now. And there we see Liam Le in his office getting ready to defend a 1 position against Duda.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do, defend Liam, because he is a whole knight ahead in that game. And you can tell on Duda's body language, he doesn't really think he can save it, turn it around anymore. Meanwhile, in this game between Wesley and Prag, it is over. We do see a draw, and Wesley takes the match.
And a friendly handshake between the two. A draw means Wesley So wins the match to take all 3 points. He is really waking up now in the tour. This is his debut this season, Wesley So. And now he is winning today's match to take all 3 points. Has it been a really bad day for Prag, or is it just Wesley? We know he's a monster in this format.
Yeah, it's Wesley, I've got to say. It's part of the learning curve for Prag. Sometimes he's going to come up against opposition that just shuts him down. He won't always be able to show off his artistry, his calculation skills. It feels like Wesley neutralized him and then just took his 1 chance today when it came. So, yeah, part of the learning experience. And it's great to see them chatting afterwards as well. Maybe Prag asking some key questions about the opening or about what he could have done. And Wesley, very experienced Wesley, will be sharing some wisdom.
Yeah. Let's go to San Francisco for reactions from the 2 players who have finished. Day 4, win for Wesley So.
Wesley, congratulations. A solid match win today. Summarize the games for us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I played anything spectacular. Prag was playing very well, very solid. He just overpushed on game 3. And, you know, if you lose with the white pieces in a 4-game match, it's almost impossible to come back. So, you know, I was just trying to play solidly, and my opponent gave me a gift, which is unexpected.
And game 3 was also looking good for Prague with no trouble at all. But that, would you say, was the turning point in the match?
Yeah, for sure. As I said, whoever wins the first game, such a short match, has a huge advantage. I would estimate you have like an 80%, 85% chance to win if you win the first game. It doesn't matter white or black. If you win the first game, then then that's it, pretty much. I mean, game 3 was very interesting. I played this line, Bishop E7. I played this C6 line, which Hikaru always plays, and I prepared a little bit, but I actually think I mixed up the move order. Like, I shouldn't play B6, B5, closing the queen side so soon. Maybe I should play Bishop D8 first, Bishop D8, Bishop C7, and white plays B5. I can always just move the rook somewhere, like Rook A3 or something like that. Or take, and then some Rook 8, Queen C6. But after B5, I think white is better. Like, I played too quickly, closing the queen side. And, it wasn't that pleasant. But as I said earlier, I think white should have traded queens first and then play the endgame and see what happens.
I want to ask you, Prague is the youngest player on the tour. It's a clash of generation, but also a clash of styles when the two of you play.
I don't know if it's clash of style, but he's so young he could almost become my son. Yeah. But it's nice to. I mean, I think we have pretty similar styles. And Prague plays very solidly. Of course, he's very good at tactics when he needs to. He's got very stable openings, which, he has very solid openings so far. So, I mean, it's a tough match. But I'm very pleased that India has a lot of young and up-and-coming talents. I first met Prague 6 years ago in Waikance, and he was so little. He was with his mom, and I couldn't have imagined that he would become so strong so quickly. So, I mean, it's good to see that India has a lot of young talents. Like, China's doing very poorly right now. Like, they have almost 0 chess there, but at least other countries are picking up the pace. And actually, after the tournament, I'm going to play in India. So I'm very excited for that, and compete against all the young talents.
You're going to play against Prague there as well.
Yeah, Prague, Arjun, Gukesh. I'm very excited.
What is it like to play against the younger generation? Does your approach change, or do you just keep it going as you would against any other player?
Well, it's hard. It's not easy. I mean, you don't want to lose against a player almost half your age, right? I think it's, as you get older, there's more pressure when you're playing young people. Like, I generally have a bad result against teenagers, especially in classical chess, because they're so dedicated to chess. They're very focused. Probably most of them are homeschooled, and they have their coaches. They have the full support of their parents. So they're like all 100% into chess. And it's the same in the US. Like, when you're a teenager, you're not sure yet what you want to do with your life, whether you want to become a professional chess player or go to college. So, like, in this championship, I lost to Christopher Yu. And we also Hans Niemann, a teenager. So they're at the point where it's an interesting part of their life. And, they can give their own chess. And then I'm not sure exactly if all of them will become chess professionals or what to say, but it's right now they're at the prime time of their life, I must say.
Leslie, we often speak about this new wave of chess players that's arrived, this new generation, sort of a changing of the guard. You mentioned about the youngsters, even in the US. Do you see a bright future? You're an established elite player yourself, but what about the future of US chess?
Future of US chess? I think Abhimanyu Mishra, part Indian also, will become very big, will become such a huge talent, and looking forward. I mean, we have many strong young up-and-coming players. We also have, the kid from Africa? I can't spell his name. Tani, yeah, who just recently became an IM, I believe. So congratulations. Yeah, it's nice. But the problem in the US is that so many players are switching federations. Like, we have Grigory Oparin, who's very strong, close to 7,700. I think Yu Yang is living in the US also. So there's a lot of competition.
How do you feel about that? Because I know this is a topic that's discussed a lot about US players switching federations. What's your personal opinion on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine because I'm also one. The problem is that the world is uncertain these days. We have war in Russia. We have less and less tournaments in Europe because of that. So players are trying to find what's best for them. I mean, personally, for me, I'm totally good with it because I believe competition makes you stronger. And I want to compete against the world's best. But at the same time, it's becoming harder and harder for American players to become chess professionals. Like the Youth Championship, for instance, hasn't really increased in price tremendously. Meanwhile, it's getting stronger and stronger. Like I tied for 5th recently, which even for me, it's getting more difficult. So you just have to be better and you have to be stronger. I think at the end of the day, as Trump says, if you come in the country legally, then you work your way, then it's all good. You know, we love the competition.
Wesley, it's always so nice to hear your thoughts, and you're always so gracious and humble. Thank you so much for sharing your insights.
Also, I'm very pleased to win my 2nd match in a row.
Yes, and congratulations.
Yeah, in the opening, I was asking Anish, what if you lose all 7 matches on the Rapina? But fortunately, you still get a 5,000 minimum.
All right, well, congratulations on a good match today. Thank you, Wesley. You've seen this one before, Prag? No. 92, huh? Prag, it was a tough day against Wesley. Can you take us through the match?
I think the match was like, the game 3 was the key. Yeah, I lost it, and I think the game 4, I didn't have much chances. I tried to play some d6 and tried to get some interesting position, but I don't think I got much. And yeah, game 3 I kind of overpushed with little time also, so it just didn't make sense.
Game 3 was indeed the turning point, and that's what Wesley mentioned as well. Was there any key moment that you feel was really where things slipped out of your hands?
I think the position where I went f3 itself is kind of dangerous for me. Like he took and got his queen to c8, f5, and which is already quite dangerous for me, like in rapid format at least. And I also went for this queen d6, knight c6, and just left my king behind. So it was just a bad game for me.
Prag, you're always so positive, and whenever you come, you talk about taking away the good from the match, regardless of how it goes result-wise. What is the positive takeaway from today's match against Wesley?
No, I think the other games I played, I think at least the first 2 games, I think I played quite well. And yeah, so that's the only takeaway from today.
Okay, fair enough. And I want to ask you, every time you come in here, there's a puzzle on the board, and you're able to solve it within seconds. You've been the fastest solver of our positions here in the mix zone. Do you practice a lot of these solving at home?
No, yesterday's made in 2 was quite easy. And I must also say that before you turned on the camera, like I looked at it for 5 seconds or something, but it was not much. But there's also a common theme that you put the pieces like queen 8 and moves like that. And I usually solve made in 2 for fun. So maybe I'm experienced there compared to other guys. And study, it took me a couple of minutes, definitely. I think Wesley was giving a long interview, so I took a lot of time.
All right, well, thank you so much, Prag, for joining. It's very gracious of you to come after a tough day. We really appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
Great people in San Francisco. These 2 are sitting in their homes. Duda has to win this game to take it to tie breaks. A lot is happening here, but is Liam basically winning?
Yes, Liam is a clear rook ahead, and Black's d-pawn is paralysing the white queen. We have to mention as well, Duda, he took massive risks. He was losing, but he could have forced a draw a few moves ago, but he needs to win. Remember, a draw and the loss are the same. And I thought we'd see a result there. Both players looked as if they were done with this game. But yeah, Duda, he tried. He set some sneaky traps against the Black King. But Liam, he's so calm. He's just ice cold. And he rebuffed all the threats, calmly reorganized all his pieces, and the extra Black Rook is going to decide.
He's so expressive, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Yesterday, he could not hide his excitement of that fantastic game he played, where he calculated mate in 11, I think it was. And today, oh, you can just see his frustration. He knows he's losing this. Oh, and the clock is ticking down.
Yeah, he went down to 1 second. Maybe that's Duda's best hope, though, that Liam forgets about the clock. But Liam, he's so calm. He just walks his king across 1 square, no more checks. And as long as there are no checks, White has 0 chances.
And there we see Liam being ruthless. He is just rounding up White's pawns.
Unfortunately, pawns can't compete against a rook when they're not connected. And Duda shaking his head. I think we might see him resign any moment. He plays one final try. The best he can hope for is a draw, though, even if Liam makes a new queen now. We can see a 3rd queen on the board. There we go. Black has 2 queens and a rook. Can White's queen alone save the day? I think not. Black's king is running away from the checks. Sooner or later, the black queens will be able to block all of these checks. Yeah, Duda's just playing for the draw now, but even that wouldn't help. And this is a phenomenon. Normally, after playing the best game of your life, normally the next day you struggle to kind of calm down. I've done that myself. I've played beautiful games in the past. The next day, I always seem to lose. Just, it's hard to maintain the momentum when you're on such a high, and that's happened today for Duda.
Yeah.
But full credit to Liam. Just great play the whole day. And the black king is finally about to get safe. It can go and pick up a pawn, and maybe one more check, and we will see Duda resign as soon as the checks run out. Yeah, the king just needs to sidestep 1 square. I was going to say the other direction, but yeah, Liam's still struggling to find safety for that black king.
Well, I think the queens will now provide some shelter for the king.
Yeah. 2 queens are better than 1, unfortunately for Duda. And black's other queen at the bottom of the board can now jump back and block. Yeah, you're running out of tricks here. That's a lot of queens.
Yeah, that's not often we see 2 queens teaming up to win the game.
Yeah, I think every time we see more than 2 queens on the board, it's always Duda. But there we go. He does eventually admit defeat.
Wow, his first match loss in the tour finals, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. This could be a huge one for the tournament. Will Magnus Carlsen now win it? He will be 3 points ahead of Jan-Krzysztof Duda after a great day for Liam Le. He won game 3 and game 4. I guess this was huge risk-taking by Duda. It's looking beautiful in San Francisco, where we had 2 matches going on today. And let's take a look at the results from day 4 out of 7 in the tour finals. A match win for Wesley So in San Francisco against Pragnananda to take all 3 points. And Magnus Carlsen winning all 3 games against Anish Giri to take all 3 points. He's won all his matches so far, Magnus Carlsen. And a big win for Liam Le against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who now loses his first match. Arjun Ergaisi winning his first match today, winning 2 games against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. Let's take a look at the standings in the tour finals with 3 days to go. Magnus Carlsen now in sole lead, leading by 3 points down to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Liam Le now in 3rd place with 7 points, 5 points behind Magnus Carlsen. And that means if Liam beats Magnus tomorrow, 2 points behind Magnus, he's still in contention.
Yeah, then it's game on. We talked about a 2-horse race, but Liam is really proving his credentials, and even Wesley So is not fully out of it yet. There's enough time for Wesley and Liam to try and catch up.
Wesley So, he had a bad start. What chances do you now give Wesley? He seemed inspired in the interview as well, Jovanka.
Yeah, he seemed to be in a good mood, and Wesley in a good mood is Wesley also in a dangerous mood over the board. So I'm going to give him good chances, perhaps not to win the event because, well, he's played Magnus, and Magnus has just been formidable. But definitely he will be up there at the top.
But basically, tomorrow will be a huge one with Magnus against Liam. Liam now really giving these top players a tough fight.
Yeah, Liam might have started the tournament as the underdog, but actually chess has shown time and time again that nobody can be underestimated, especially at the top level. And if Magnus can keep his streak, he'll be the favourite to win it. But watch out for some surprises tomorrow.
Yeah, and we're joined by Liam Le sitting in St. Louis. Congratulations on a big match win.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Liam. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda has been on fire so far in the tournament. How are you able to beat him?
Yeah, definitely. This is a big win because he has been doing so well in this tournament. The previous matches he won very convincingly. So I told myself that I should just try to enjoy the game and try to play my best. And in the past few tournaments in the tour, I did quite well against him, so I wasn't too concerned. But the first game did not go as expected. I was losing at some point, and I thought definitely it wasn't a good sign. But then the second game went quite well for me. I was a bit upset that I did not manage to win that game. I got very good chances at some point. But then game 3 and game 4, I think I played much better. This game 4, maybe at the end, my technique wasn't so great. I was very nervous, trying not to lose. And also at the end, somehow the internet was not working so well for me. I had some issues, some lagging issues, and my Zoom got disconnected. So I was a little bit distracted, but luckily I did not blunder.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear. Technical issues are the worst. And Liam, you are now 5 points behind Magnus Carlsen with 3 days to go in the finals. You play Magnus tomorrow. We remember you beat him in the match in the Oslo Esports Cup, which was also a major. So how important will that match tomorrow be? How inspired will you be feeling heading into that?
Yeah, that was the only time I beat him. And then in Miami, he beat me. So I cannot say that I would do well against him, but I will try my best. And he's obviously in top form as well, so it's going to be very hard. But I'm going to try to put up a good resistance.
Yeah. And of course, Magnus is one of the players sitting in San Francisco. You are one of the players sitting at home. Who do you think has the biggest advantage? Is it best to sit at home or in a venue?
I think both works for me, especially with this time zone. I'm in America too, so there is not a lot of differences. I'm 2 hours ahead of San Francisco. So I started at 2 p.m. my time, which is not so bad. And I finished around, right now it's 6 p.m., so still plenty of time. Sitting at home is definitely more comfortable, but I like going to tournaments as well.
Yeah. Oh, well, Liam, tomorrow's going to be so excited. We wish you best of luck in that big match coming up.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations on a big day today. Liam is in contention for the tournament victory after beating Jan-Krzysztof Duda today. These are the matches tomorrow. It's got to be Magnus Carlsen against Liam. Wesley So, coming from another match win today, takes on Mamedyarov tomorrow, who is struggling now, losing 2 matches in a row. Ergaisi finally winning a match today, and tomorrow he plays Anish Giri, sitting in San Francisco, coming from a really bad match loss today against Magnus Carlsen. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda losing his first match today. Tomorrow it is Prague, and I bet Duda will be hungry for revenge, and even Prague will be hungry for revenge today as well.
And 2 motivated players makes for a very exciting match.
Yeah. Where are you expecting the drama tomorrow, David?
Well, I think in all of the matches, I think those players who are chasing Magnus now, including Liam, but also Duda and Wesley, I think those guys are going to be taking risks to try and win, to try and make their mark on this tournament.
Yeah. We are over the halfway mark in the tour finals, you guys. 3 days to go with Magnus Carlsen now in sole lead, but tomorrow is a big match for him against Liam Le. San Francisco is looking beautiful as always, and we will be back tomorrow with more action in the tour finals of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. See you tomorrow, and have a good day or night wherever you are in the world.